Dear colleagues, good morning. We'll open our conference dedicated to the 6th anniversary of signing of the EU-Ukraine Association Agreement. I remind you that it took place on the 27th of June in 2014, and it was the economic part of the agreement that is fairly named the most ambitious agreement signed by the EU with a third country. And today we are hoping for a very sound and extensive discussion of the core milestones within these 6 years of implementation. And it's my great pleasure to announce participation of high-level representatives of the Ukrainian government, parliament, the European Commission, European Union, the non-governmental sector of Ukraine business, and we expect to have really a comprehensive discussion of all aspects, including political, economic, and sectoral dimensions. We have a mixed format, online and offline participation, and we also have live broadcasting. And I would like to take the occasion to thank for the support to the EU delegation to Ukraine and the Association for You project. And I would present the report, a comprehensive report prepared by the Governmental Office for European Integration, covering the period 2015 through 2020. Ms. Marina Nelina, Acting Deputy Director General of the Government Office for Coordination of European and Euro-Atlantic Integration, and the floor is yours. Thank you. It's really my great pleasure to open this absolutely important conference. Why it has this unique importance? Because it's not a usual annual reporting. It's a reporting for a 5th year period. Why 5 years? We have changed the thinking paradigm, and that was the call of the time. The association agreement came into force on 2014, and it is not limited in within any time frame. And indeed, as Maria said, that the European Union has signed the most comprehensive agreement with a third country, which is not an EU member state, and it offers unprecedented mechanisms and facilities enabling Ukraine joining the European market. And it has a mechanism of certain 5-year review of milestones and achievements. So it's only logical coming to this watershed moment in our cooperation to take stock of our achievements and progress, and to develop a priority vision to focus our efforts as a way forward for the next year and beyond in the association agreement implementation and EU-Ukraine relations. I already mentioned the assessment and the report on AA implementation for 5 years is only a first step. It's just a hint on what we are going to talk about during the assessment process, but it is yet to come. And now I would like to open my presentation and to go straight to the report itself. You will see a lot of numbers. For example, 8,000 activities within numerous objectives and tasks. This was what was enshrined in the action plan based on the commitments in the association agreement, and it's a huge complex of tasks and objectives. this was also designed as a tool for monitoring and evaluation within the Agreement Pulse system. This system contains the information on commitment monitorings across all sectors and for the reporting period. And I repeat, this is 5 years. The Agreement Pulse, based on the software and analytical systems, calculated the percentage, the rate of the progress. It's 54. And I think it's great because it is just about more than half of the delivery rate, despite of economic challenges across the world, also in developed economies. We speak about the economic crisis, the pandemic, and despite all this, we can speak about implementation with the rate of more than half of the activities and targets. Then I would like to focus on areas with the most robust progress. You can see that in the area of political dialogue, national security and defense, we have high percentage rates. And it's not surprising because we see the support of the European Union of the Ukrainian political vector. We join political statements made by the European Union. We hear signals from the EU condemning the Russian aggression, also in the form of sanctions. And it's not accidental. It shows really very high level of political approximation. More than 80% in the justice sector. The Ministry of Justice continuously develops and monitors the human rights strategy. The Ministry of Social Policy develops legislation, and the government implements legislation in the area of social and gender equality, which is extremely important for Ukraine. Technical barriers, we have 85%. It's the area of the paramount importance. It's economic relations and trade, because the signing of the ICAA agreement between Ukraine and the European Union is one of the key economic priorities faced by Ukrainian state. And the Ukrainian government and parliament have delivered on the majority of commitments. I would even say that almost all obligations and commitments have been delivered to sign this agreement in 3 priority sectors. Humanitarian policies, public procurement. Ukraine has delivered on all commitments in order to receive from the European Union the evaluation of the first stages of the agreement in order to open the European market for public procurements. And the legislation continuously improved to facilitate business activity, its establishment of companies, accounting and audits. All this is being harmonized with the European acquis and standards. So if we look at the overview of delivery across 24 areas and look at the progress from the most effective to probably least dynamic, what's great is that we do not have zeros. We do not have numbers like 10% or something. So the lowest level is financial cooperation and anti-fraud. Although I would like to say that in 2020, the report was approved on the delivery of commitments of Ukraine in the area of fighting financial fraud, financing of terrorism, and weapons of mass destruction. In this area, we also see changes, and Ukraine is making progress in the delivery of its commitments. The next slide shows graphically the delivery within 6 years. You can also see yellow, it's delivered. Blue, these are the activities that are yet to be completed. It is also important to say that the year of 2020, somebody may ask why only 34%. An important breakthrough was in the year of 2019 with the adoption of a series of laws covering Ukraine's commitment for 2016, 17, 18, and even back to 2015. The previous parliaments reviewed the drafts, and then they were further fine-tuned and elaborated by the government and the current parliament. In the fall of 2019, the parliament adopted an unprecedented package of European integration laws that increased the rate of delivery for all these years. So 2020, these are the commitments in terms of legislative activities, lawmaking, institutional activities. And this is the work that is going on in Parliament, in the government, and we hope to increase this rate by further adoption of legislation and implementation of necessary change. It's not a secret that it's not only the government office or parliament that are responsible for European integration or a particular ministry. This is a commitment for entire Ukraine. If we speak about the state, it's for all bodies of public administration, all branches of power. It is inherent to the judiciary. And the European side and our European partners have called on for the reforming. The same goes for the law enforcement, and the parliament and the government with all the ministries. And the president of Ukraine, who has initiated a lot of legislative proposals addressing European integration. And you can see percentages split by different branches of government. Further on, I would like logically to go on to the slide looking at the engagement and interaction. We are the parliamentary presidential republic. Ukraine is a big country with the decentralization reform and how we all can bring it together. It's important to say that at the heart of the coordination is the political component. This is Deputy Prime Minister on European and Euro-Atlantic integration, and it's the Prime Minister of Ukraine. So the government, as the executive branch, is responsible for implementation of the association agreement. We can see that now the process of implementation has stepped up with the introduction of the Deputy Prime Minister on European integration. I can personally attest to this as a person working in the area of European integration since 2013. And with the introduction of this position, the process became more systemic with a more robust coordination and proper planning in line with the standards used in this area. So here on this slide, you see that the political champion, according to the Constitution of Ukraine and the law of Ukraine, is the president who steers the political course, the Ukrainian parliament, and the committee on the European integration are also part, a very important part of this coordination mechanism, delivering laws and implementation of legislation is at the heart of the agreement, because without legislation, without the reforms, without the difficult decisions with political responsibility, it's impossible to achieve. So we have Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, the executive branch at all, and the government office responsible for European integration is de facto as a ministry of the Deputy Prime Minister for European integration. And the ministries and agencies with the political steering of this Deputy Minister. And technically, on expert level, methodological level, so we have the office supporting these processes. So the government office, I wouldn't say much about this. It has a lot of competences and functions, starting with the translation and then with the legal review of drafts for compliance, coordination of bilateral bodies, etc. It's a very complicated machinery that probably deserves a separate presentation per se. In a nutshell, I have just a few minutes to say I would highlight some sectoral achievements. The growth of exports from since the application, it's 60%. We have very active harmonization of standards in technical area and also in industry, in agriculture. If we speak about agriculture, it's more than 4,000 standards that have been aligned. We have abolished the old standards so that Ukrainian businesses, manufacturers could reach out to European markets with their products. If we speak about agricultural products, from 250 EU acts on sanitary and phytosanitary measures, we have implementation rate of 60%. So today we have 362 manufacturers and producers that have completed the process of assessment and check. And these are the companies that declared and confirmed that they have implemented a very complicated food safety assurance procedures. When we speak about customs, there is also progress. In 2019, the law was adopted on authorized economic operator on the common transit system, allowing Ukraine first to introduce AOEs, and the first certificate was issued in March this year. And now we are piloting the national component of a new software for transit system of the European Union that would allow Ukraine from the next year to start negotiations to join the Convention on Common Transit. That would mean that all this would take place in the automated mode with minimal human interference, and it's also an important measure of anti-corruption. So we have introduced mid-term budget planning with a more rational approach to budgeting and budget execution. In the area of ecology, we have eco-design principle, and we implemented technical regulations on energy marking, which is also important. In the area of transport, we have adopted the law on inland waterways that after implementation would allow Ukraine to join the European transport network. When we speak about science, and research, you see that Ukraine takes the 7th place in the Horizon 2020 program among association countries. I also mentioned that gender equality milestone is also central for Ukraine. ICAA also, we officially received the initial phase on evaluation of AA implementation in 3 priority sectors. You see the slide, and we will soon embark on the next stage that would enable us to enter negotiations. Then energy integration is one of the priorities. And as for the way forward, updating of the association pulse, updating of the annexes, and the common evaluation of achievement of AA objectives that would provide guidance both for Ukraine and the EU for the next 5 years. And so to work further to achieve 100%. Thank you for this comprehensive vision and picture of the report. And I would like to thank the team of the Government Office for this hard work. And thank you that all which is set out as recommendations in the report, so it will all be implemented. Now we have with us Ms. Stefanyshina, Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic integration. Our greetings, and it's my pleasure to announce the next panel, EU bloc. And we have 2 friends of Ukraine. We have Katarína MATHERNOVA, and we have Luc de Vigne, and it would be in English. So please let me know if we have Ms. MATHERNOVA with us. We do.
Sorry for these technical issues. Dear Katarina Maternova, Deputy Director General for Neighbourhood Policy and Enlargement Negotiations, European Commission. Dear Katarina, it's our big pleasure to have you with us today, and the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly well.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay. I have an interesting echo, but sorry for that. Well, it's really a great pleasure to be here and speak briefly and certainly be able to be on a panel with my dear friend Olga STEFANISHYNA and with Luc as well. And I think that we are discussing the achievements of the association agreement and the DCFTA at really the right moment. We are in the process of doing actually a formal assessment, the achievements. We are 2 weeks before the Ukraine Reform Conference in Vilnius, where I'll participate also in person. And we are also very busily preparing for the October EU-Ukraine summit, which will take place in Kiev. So I very much agree with the assessment that was mentioned already by our colleague before. I think that we already can say now that the association agreement and the DCFTA signing of it has been an unquestionable success. The legal systems, the societies, the economies of the EU and Ukraine are closer than ever. And in terms of bilateral trade, this has grown by over 50% since 2016. And now the EU has consolidated the position as the main trading partner of Ukraine. And also the number of Ukrainian companies exporting to the EU has grown over 40%. So I think that this has been also possible not only to the efforts to bring the legal order of Ukraine closer to the EU, to meet the EU rules and standards, but it's also been very much a result of the huge internal reforms that Ukraine has undertaken. A lot of them have been supported by the EU, but let me just say the really impressive macroeconomic stabilization that took place, the reform of the banking sector, reforms of the public administration, decentralization, setting up anti-corruption agencies, digitalization, energy markets, unbundling of Naftogaz, the trade facilitation, a number of areas, and also looking forward to the historic opening of the land market, which will take place in just 2 weeks. So this reform roster is really an impressive one, especially given the situation that your country is in a state of war, and it's subject not only to an active war, but also huge disinformation campaign and hybrid warfare. And also a lot of these reforms have taken place during the pandemic that we are still suffering through. And so anytime I hear comments about, whether the laws are passing fast enough or not, all I can say is that your Rada is in fact a lawmaking machine, and that has not fully stopped during pandemic, which is actually impressive. Now, having said all this, I don't want to leave an impression that all the work is done. I mean, as some of you probably heard me say before, transition reforms and taking on the reform agenda, it's like bicycling up a hill. You cannot stop, because if you do stop, then you roll backwards. And so there is certainly a lot more to be done in the reform area, especially in really reforming the judiciary. And I think that before the end of the year, rulings by the Constitutional Court were a stark reminder of the fact that this is part of any country, and Ukraine is not alone in this issue by far, but that really consolidating the adjudicating power and reforming it and having competent people with integrity render impartial judgments, it's really the cornerstone of both good investment climate, as well as feeling of citizens that there is no impunity in the system. So I think there is still a lot to work on this one, as well as improving corporate governance, which is an issue that has become fairly resonant in the recent past. We are also in the process of evaluating the second tranche of our macro-financial assistance, and some of these issues are very much part of it. So you will be hearing from us on these issues a lot more. But just to underline that in the assessment that we are doing of the association agreement and the DCFTA, we have a forward-looking part where I see a lot of convergence of views between. There is sorry, there is in the neighborhood background noise. I apologize. I think that we have a lot of convergence on what can be done looking forward. Further trade liberalization, we have scope for a lot more sectoral cooperation. Olga and I have co-chaired the new Green Deal dialogue that we have developed between Ukraine and the EU, and I think that this is going to be a very important venue where we can discuss important aspects of this necessary transition. We also are close to, although being from a new institution, I shouldn't make promises because this is a member states issue, but hopefully we'll be able to soon sign the common aviation agreement. And we also are in the process of finalizing the agreement of the assessment, the pre-assessment of the agreement on conformity and acceptance of industrial goods, the famous ACAS. So all of this to say is that Ukraine is has a special place in the European Eastern Partnership. We are also looking at working on the recognition of COVID certificates. And given the noise, I think I have to unfortunately stop now. And just to say that the EU is here with you on the reforms, on using the full potential of the association agreement. And also, I would like to reiterate our strong support to the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. And I think that the reforms we are talking about as part of the agreement and beyond are also the ones that will add to increasing the resilience of the economy and the society. So pandemic, not pandemic. I already had my first mission to Kiev 2 weeks ago, and I look forward to coming back in mid-July and look forward to our further cooperation.
Thank you very much, dear Katarina. Thanks for being here with us today, and thanks a lot for your intervention. Of course, we are very much looking forward to welcome you in Kiev soon, as announced. And now I will pass the floor to Mr. Luc Devine, Deputy Managing Director for Russia, Eastern Partnership, Central Asia, Regional Cooperation and OSCE, European External Action Service. Dear Luc, the floor is all yours. Yes, please. Unfortunately, we cannot hear you well.
Luc, please unmute the microphone. We cannot hear you yet.
Деякі технічні проблеми зі звуком.
We still have some technical issues with the sound. Please give us the signal as soon as everything's fixed.
Luke, we can hear you well. The idea of thumbs up probably didn't translate. We can hear you well.
Okay, thank you, because the other microphone. Anyway, thank you very much then for giving me this opportunity to address this important conference. And indeed, this association agreement, DCFTA, is very dear to my heart, having been negotiating the DCFTA part. And happy to speak after my friend Katarina, who was unfortunately sabotaged by some noise made by workers. I wonder what's the nationality of these workers. You have to check that, Katarina. There's no coincidence there. But
Checks.
Well, then this is a Czechoslovak problem then. No, because I think that this report that we will see shows that overall the DCFTA and association agreement definitely is a success. But before going into more details, just to say that I remember vividly when we were negotiating the DCFTAs, we were saying that, oh, the EU is going to kill the Ukrainian agriculture, the Ukrainian industry, etc. Well, we now see nothing has happened quite on, but I will let my Commission colleagues from Trade, the speaker, speak later on in details on the successes. But just, it's always good to keep this in mind. But let me just focus on cross-cutting issues. First of all, when we negotiated the agreement 2014, when it was signed, it was the most advanced contractual relationship that the EU has with a third country, and it still remains the case. So we certainly welcome this conference, the report. These are important opportunities to discuss the state of play in relation to the implementation of association agreement for the last 5 or 6 years. Of course, we always also produce annually report on implementation, but we rarely get a chance to look back over a 6-year period as it's done today. And so in this context, it is particularly a useful report. And as Katarina mentioned, we also publish our own annual report, which is going to be done soon, ahead of our association council. Let me just say that in the last report, the High Representative Borrell stated clearly that despite, I quote, despite Russia destabilizing actions, conflict in the East and the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic, Ukraine has continued to make progress on its reform path. And it is crucial that Ukraine's political leaders continue these efforts and make reforms irreversible, particularly regarding the rule of law the Ukrainian people expect it, end quote. And of course, I would add that they also deserve it very much. So, turning to the report that is being presented today, which is very comprehensive and very detailed and deserves a very close and good analysis, in-depth analysis, I will not touch upon the various sectoral issues or areas of cooperation because you have a very good team of several Commission colleagues who will do that later on. But let me just mention a few cross-cutting issues. First of all, we certainly agree with the statement made in the summary saying that during the report in period significant progress was made in the agreement implementation within the framework of political association and economic integration. And this is certainly true, and EU and Ukraine can be proud of what has been achieved so far, as Katarina was mentioned. It was also recognized in the last EU summit in October 2020 by both EU and Ukraine. But our leaders also agreed that there is a need to accelerate these efforts. And indeed, the results of this acceleration, if I can say so, will be taken stock at the summit in Kiev in October. But I would like to commend the important efforts and the successes of the government and the Vice Prime Minister and Government Office for Coordination of European Integration to prioritize association agreement-related efforts, reforms, and the necessary coordination for this with the Rada, the civil society, and in general, all stakeholders. And also what is important is to communicate the reforms achievements to the Ukrainian citizens, because these are the people for whom these reforms are intended. Today, the conference will touch upon several areas of cooperation, but not all of them. And please allow me, therefore, to use this opportunity to highlight the importance and the continued focus on the reform of the judiciary, the fight against corruption and vested interests. At the 2020 Ukraine summit, our political leaders agreed on the importance of accelerating and reinforcing these efforts, particularly on the judiciary, which is often presented as the mother of all reforms. And that includes reforming the High Council of Justice, an independent recruitment of judges, and a selection of their integrity, and as well as the fight against corruption, and ensuring strong and independent anti-corruption institutions. This was definitely highlighted also by Representative Borrell during his visit to Ukraine. And in this field, important progress has been achieved, like the establishment of important institutions focusing on fighting corruption, like the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, NABU, or the High Anti-Corruption Court, deeply troubled by certain facts, like the decisions taken last year by the Constitutional Court of Ukraine, which were casting doubt on the ability to continue the path of reform. We are following Ukraine closely in its efforts to address this challenge. Needless to say that in this particular case, the absence of judicial outcome for the private bank fraud remains a prime example. Secondly, improving the corporate governance framework for state-owned enterprise and aligning it with the OECD guidelines remains a policy condition for our microfinancial assistance. And as you know, 600 million euros are still available for that microfinancial assistance. And our microfinancial assistance also strong conditions relating to the rule of law, the fight against corruption, and the judiciary reform in a comprehensive manner. So we very much hope to see important steps being taken for these reforms in the coming weeks. There are also a number of sectors like transport, like environment, employment, social policy, where Ukraine could, and I would say should, speed up the approximation with the EU legislation as foreseen in the agreement. But Ukraine and EU cooperation is not static, it is dynamic. It develops constantly and takes into account the challenges, reflecting also the level of the implementation and the development of EU legislation and standards. And I think that EU and Ukraine both agree that fully exploiting the potential of the agreement remains a key objective. And there are many opportunities that can be used to widen the cooperation. Let me just give two examples. I'm thinking of the newly established high-level dialogue on the European Green Deal or the cyber dialogue. So it is also important that to update the annexes of the agreement in order to keep this dynamic aspect of our cooperation. And it's important, of course, to do this jointly. In conclusion, let me just stress that of course, we know that the ongoing conflict in eastern Ukraine poses particular challenges for Ukraine. The COVID pandemic added another for you, like for many other countries. We understand this. However, Ukraine, with a functioning democratic system, functioning economy, freed of corruption, would be best placed to face the internal and external threats that it is facing. And what better example to show a better governance than to defeat the one to challenge Ukraine or actually are aggressing or attacking Ukraine. But for this, of course, we are willing and ready to continue helping Ukraine as much as we can. But at the end of the day, the issues of governance is a Ukrainian matter. We can certainly encourage reforms, we can advise, but we cannot substitute to Ukraine governance and Ukraine decision. And it is good like this. So please continue to help us helping you. And I wish everybody a successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Devine. Thank you for being so crystal clear with your messages, and great many thanks for highlighting this dynamic nature of the EU-Ukraine relations. We will speak a lot more about this today. Шановні колеги, а ми переходимо.
Dear colleagues, we go back to offline meeting here in the room, and I'm happy to pass the floor back to Profile Vice Prime Minister on issues of Euro-Atlantic and European integration of Ukraine, Olga STEFANISHYNA. So Olga, how exactly does the government facilitate the approximation of EU and Ukraine, which is often the topic of discussion? What are the key results in this process, and what do you mean when you say Euro integration 2.0? And most importantly, is Ukraine and the EU ready to finally transition from practical implementation of these commitments to more ambitious level, which is Ukraine's participation in building and forming the key policies in the EU. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, colleagues from the governmental office. Thank you, Luke and Katarina. Indeed, we are the kernel team that deals on a daily basis the European integration issues and association agreement implementation. Today, it's a very highly interesting and important format of the meeting, because we're not just discussing implementation of the agreement in a particular year. We're drawing some conclusions and counting deliverables. We can see the whole process in the timeline of 5 to 6 years. So when we take this timeline, the results are really impressive, not only to us Ukrainians, but our foreign colleagues as well. I can really prove that over the last year, the negative assessments regarding implementation of association agreement has decreased significantly. You can't hear anymore that Ukraine is lagging behind so strongly in implementation. Today, in the speeches from our colleagues from European Commission, we have heard that both EU and Ukraine have yet to use all the potential of this agreement. Like a couple of years ago, EU and Ukraine has published a report on how Ukraine stands in implementation. Now, though, the process looks differently. It's bilateral. So, answering to your question, I would like us to take a look back to what has initially brought us to the results we discussed. Right after the political part of the association agreement was signed, its positions went into force in terms of convergence in foreign security policy. And it was a very significant provision in the agreement, but in the EU, these commitments were taken very seriously. From that day on, as this part of the agreement entered into force, and right until now, Ukraine and EU maintain a high dynamic and high support of our joint statements in terms of foreign policy and security policy. In particular, application of mechanisms to support sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, the Ukrainian support in EU and different platforms, trade platforms, the UN, everywhere. So that had been the trigger that had become possible thanks to the association agreement itself. So in the beginning, Ukraine was the first one, the pioneer state, that EU has signed the biggest agreement so far that did not provide membership in the EU at the same time. Only the association agreement contains such commitments for a non-EU member state. This is a huge challenge for both us and the EU. Of course, we must keep in mind the fact that over the last 2 years, the dynamic of association agreement implementation in terms of legal approximation has increased after building the new parliament, the new mono majority, thanks to the government where I have the honor to work in. All that facilitates for us, the joining of efforts with the parliament, with the government, to properly systematize and prioritize the activities in the implementation agreement. But we should not forget that all this work is only possible because over the previous years, we've created a solid, serious foundation for that. We've approved 2 action plans in association agreement implementation that provide more than 6,000 activities for all state institutions. Today, for 3 years in a row, we've been assessing our progress based on the open monitoring system, which was in development for a couple of years. So there's a powerful institutional foundation, there's a governmental office, there's a deputy of prime minister in Euro integration, even the deputy of presidential office in Euro integration, and prioritizing Euro integration at the highest level in Ukrainian parliament. And also convergence of all the fractions in the parliament in voting of this of these bills. It's a very important platform that allows us to keep the high political dynamic in this process. It's also important to bear in mind that together with the EU and EU representatives in Ukraine, with technical assistance programs, with the experts, together with the group of support to Ukraine, we have drafted more than 60 bills in association agreement. That has become the foundation for decisions, subsequent decisions of this current parliament, by this current government, based on proposals prepared by the ministries. So, as Luke said, our relations are not static, they're dynamic, they're fluid, and there's, of course, we capitalize on the progress of the previous years. The more powerful we work now, the more capabilities we get in the future. I'm talking about approximation with the EU, the update of association agreement implementation, and the big part of my work is to go outside the format of Ukraine, doing its homework. It's great to have this opportunity to draw some conclusions today, because we can count our blessings now. For several years in a row, we've been updating our laws and technical assistance, and now we also sign a bilateral negotiation. So back in 2019, 2020, the Parliament has passed the long-expected changes in customs, and so now, in the eve of the signing ACAA agreement, there will be the positive decision of Ukraine joining the transit system, and that's the work that the EU has been busy with as their homework. And we can also confirm that telecom services is the industry where Ukraine will be the first to attain internal market mode. So sectoral integration in telecom market with the EU, and a huge chunk of work has been done by EU. European Commission is now evaluating what's the legal format of this cooperation can be. The physical approximation in terms of our joint commitments as part of Euro integration is a very dynamic, highly dynamic process, and it's a certain that is the safeguard of irreversibility of the changes that are ongoing. And summing it all up in the previous years, the most important, I think, is to note that never before European and Euro-Atlantic integration has been so high on the country's priority in all the branches of power for the president. It's a unique situation where on all levels, from leaders of the country to executive branch, there's a dialogue about European and Euro-Atlantic integration. There are serious expectations from the summits, Ukraine and EU. And again, Ukraine is the only country which stands in the summit with the EU among the Eastern Partnership countries. That makes us special in this regard as well. And talking about it, it's important to note that we have to update the association agreement, and we have to keep developing the tools that will allow our SMEs, small and medium enterprises, to lift the barriers, artificial barriers, unnecessary barriers through improper logistics, improper customs infrastructure, through a number of technical barriers, completely unjustified, through a high level of unfair competition. So by lifting these barriers is the highest priority for association agreement. When the Parliament was passing that decision to appoint me a Vice Prime Minister in European integration issues, the higher on the list was trans-border cooperation. Although the association agreement does not contain some big points on that, but we expect progress this year. This year, for the first time since 2014, the government approved the action plan of customs infrastructure on borders with all European countries. The government has submitted proposals that were supported by the MPs in terms of full funding of all the refurbishment and reconstruction of border crossing points. We have finally unfrozen all the long-lasting negotiations with neighboring countries, Poland, Romania, and Slovakia, for the speed, for the boost in this regard. That allows also our neighbor countries to keep us in their focus. So looking back at the previous 5 years, I think we have kept the European integration on high level of dynamics, regardless of what the current government is or was. This has allowed us to keep it as high on our priority list as possible. Thank you for this intervention. Allow me to ask the first question. I remind you, we can all ask questions, post them online. We can see them. Also offline, raise your hands and ask away. I remember one of your first interviews, which you gave right after your appointment to this position. And when you were asked about how do you facilitate the work with European counterparts, you said that you will be based on the principle whatever works. So based on the showcase of results from your speech, from the previous speeches, we see that the principle has worked for you so far. At the same time, both the governmental report and in your intervention, we heard that there are still some challenges, some problems to look into and to find solutions for, to keep this dynamic high. So I would like to ask you about this. Thank you, Maria. I think the answer to this question has been already given by the President of Ukraine when he spoke about the prospects of Ukrainian membership in the EU.
Indeed, this is the best instrument that would actually help us to develop the policy of clarity in our relations, because we have done a lot to utilize the potential of political and economic collaboration with the EU, and Ukraine is on top of the EU agenda. But for us, it's important to sit at the table, because it's absolutely obvious that key policies of the European Union cannot be formulated without taking into consideration Ukraine's stance. It's also the green transformation. We have a lot of colleagues whose turf it is, and in view of very clear choice of Ukrainian citizens, which is also enshrined in the constitution, it concerns absolutely all areas of activity. And if the EU is building the new green transition, and it is the new green policy, so EU does not stop at Ukraine's border. And the same when we speak about vaccination, access to vaccines, about the documents on vaccination, it's absolutely obvious that 2 million citizens who permanently stay or travel within the EU using visa-free regime cannot be restricted in their rights. And building this policy without taking into consideration Ukraine is impossible. It's about the Nord Stream 2 and the integration of markets. So it's important for Ukraine to be at the table. It's important for the EU also. And the next big thing can be building a new policy or strategy for Ukraine that was actually at the origin of Eastern Partnership. Olga, indeed, this is very big ambition and a very ambitious statement, and we hope that everything would happen as planned. Please, other questions? Yuri, I see your hand. I have a question about implementation of the agreement. It's a 10-year period. Do we have confidence that we would be right on track and would not miss the deadlines? Or if there is hope that we can actually complete it earlier, in 8 years, let's say. Today is just the right time that the answer should be agreed with the EU, because this is the common process. Ukraine is delivering on commitments, and sometimes we make even faster progress. And here we have the format, bilateral format. We have a lot of today speakers from the European Union, so please ask them too. So then I will let you join the press. We will take a short break in order to prepare for the next panel, and then we will continue. Dear colleagues, we are back and we have our next scheduled panel. And I would like to say that it's not an accident that the European integration is referred to as a cross-cutting area, because we cannot name a sector that would not be affected by the European integration drive. And in order to make it most effective, we very often say that Ukraine should play as a single team. Various stakeholders, branches of power, partners, civil society, we have to play as a single national team. We have now very good chance to draw an analogy with football. It's a unique panel because it brings together representatives of key stakeholders. We would also have a representative of the European Parliament. And it's my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Galashchuk, the Deputy Chair of the Parliamentary Committee on European Integration. Thank you. I am indeed very pleased to find myself in this circle of old good friends, to have a chance to talk about the achievement in the area of European integration. And we are together with people who took extraordinary efforts to achieve these milestones. And from the previous panel, we see that we have quite a good assessment. And now we are getting at a qualitatively new level in our relations with the EU. We have entered the phase of the association agreement review, and it's important, while taking stock, to set the right and realistic plans for the future. These years have been really challenging, especially for the European Parliament. We remember the year of 2019, the elections, building of the new system of power. We remember 2020, the pandemic, and all their restrictions, especially noticeable in the work of the Parliament. For a long time, the Parliament was deadlocked, and the meetings and the sessions were convened only when the matters were of extreme urgency: economic protection measures, health care, and of course the pace of the European integration lawmaking was somewhat slower, but for objective reasons. Now, when we are recovering our pace, and it's not only hope, I can report that even for several weeks of the parliamentary session, we do hope to have the possibility to review a number of important legislative proposals. European integration indeed touches upon all avenues of life. And for us, as politicians and parliamentarians, it's important to have the possibility to communicate the main messages. Why we need European integration, to carry it across to our constituents. We do have some challenges with it. Very often it was mentioned by the President, Mr. Zelensky, and other political champions. A clear prospect of European integration is key. And without this clear prospect, it is much more difficult to communicate with our constituents, with Ukrainian businesses, when we have to explain why business has to invest quite seriously in restructuring at the backdrop of difficulties of prospective relations with European businesses. And why they have to invest a lot of money without clear prospect and promise of integration in the European market. So the focus was on economic cooperation and detailed discussions of trade relations. And what has been highlighted by Deputy Prime Minister, this is cross-border cooperation. People have to feel that they receive very tangible advantages and benefits for themselves through progress in the European integration. So it's really exciting that today we finally have this unity in the work of government and parliament. There is a need to redesign this cooperation. For example, we had the government-parliament platform. It was an informal body, but it helped to build good communication and offer an agreed list of priorities. But at the same time, it also showed the progress, the necessity to review legislation necessary for European integration. When we started to discuss the legal status of the platform, we agreed that today's legislation insists that it should stay informal. So we do have some proposals, and we have a kind of a working title, a draft law on Ukraine's European integration, to have a more structured approach. But even, obviously, without adoption of this law, in any case, this active collaboration would continue according to the defined priorities in the first place. And when we look and review the achievements, when we look at the numbers, characterizing the level of delivery on commitments across different institutions, we see that the parliamentary rate and numbers are not very high. We have already mentioned some valid reasons, but on the other hand, I would say that this is normal, that other bodies of governance have higher implementation rates, because it's not sufficient just to adopt a law. It is critical also to adopt a number of bylaws and secondary legislation, and also to take certain technical steps to make it work. So, such important area of integration into European digital markets. We have seen quite significant progress in terms of lawmaking, but because of some technicalities, for example, even despite of the adopted laws and the ones that are about to be adopted, today it's difficult to sign a contract electronically because there is no very solid technical possibility and integration of platforms enabling it. So that is why I am really happy that different central executive bodies show great progress. And the rates of implementation of AA are higher. So today we do hope that this active dialogue inside the country between government and parliament, with active engagement of the president, and the dialogue that we have with our partners from the European Union, and also bilateral relations. This presidential initiative on signing of memorandums is critical in political perspective, because it gives a political impetus so that the negotiations that are currently underway on updating and improvement of the association agreement would give the desired result so that we achieve mutual understanding on what kind of changes we would like to implement, and so that we would get down to implementation soon. So political support is as high as ever, and we need to jump at the chance, and we will do everything for it. Thank you for this also quite realistic presentation with clear messages, and thank you for highlighting the importance of having concrete things to say when we talk to people, when we try to get them on board in our European integration path. I share all your views, and now I give the floor to your colleague from the European Parliament. I see that we have Ivanna. Please, our technical support team, let me know who we have on queue with us. Yes, this is a challenge of the hybrid format. So in parliamentary presidential republic, we cannot have too much parliament. Well, I see that we have Mr. GOLUB with us.
We have Mr. Michael Galler with us today. Sorry for these technical issues. Member of the European Parliament, rapporteur on the
point is always with the translation, as I'm working on the English channel, and hear me now. If
yes,
I can...
we can hear you well. Please, the floor is yours.
Do you hear me?
Yes, perfectly well. Yes, perfectly well. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Then that's fine. So thank you very much, dear colleagues and distinguished speakers. Allow me to begin my remarks with a warm thanks to the hosts for organizing a very timely event and for extending an invitation to me. I'm really honored as the standing rapporteur in the Parliament to be in such an esteemed company. It is crystal clear for us and remains a top priority and for all institutions. I think our complex and multifold through the association agreement and the deep and comprehensive free trade agreement is proof of that. In the context of EU support to Ukraine, very current support is, for instance, dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic, where the European Union has allocated 190 million euros for recovery efforts. At the level of the European Parliament, Ukraine has been a long-standing priority country in the field of democracy support, and in fact the only country in the world we have a parliament-to-parliament memorandum of understanding and the most advanced and fruitful Jean dialogue to date. You are our closest partner and most fervent supporter in it on your path towards democratic consolidation. We stand ready to assist in all possible ways your engagements towards genuine comprehensive reforms and towards adherence to the EU's founding values. In this respect, we believe that the full implementation of the association agreement and its commitments remains central to securing profound and sustainable pro-democratic reforms, which are key to building an open and democratic state and to firmly establishing Ukraine on its self-chosen European path. The association agreement also offers the flexibility to take on board new and emerging issues and priorities within or outside the framework. Some have been addressed already, such as the digital agenda, the green transition, and security cooperation. It therefore continues to represent an adequate and relevant framework to address the practical problems through a true partnership and dialogue, a framework whose full potential has yet to be fully reached. In this context, I would like to acknowledge the TRIO initiative and also the 3 foreign ministers from Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia will be meeting us here in Brussels later today. The Memorandum of Understanding between the 3 associated countries also acknowledges that the dialogue with the EU can be extended to other thematic areas for enhanced cooperation. The TRIO initiative has the potential to be a useful and mutual learning process for countries, complementary to the Eastern Partnership framework. But let me recall you that when you work on the existing framework already, once it's implemented, it covers around 70% of the acquis communautaire. Insofar, also the existing framework has, of course, a huge potential to be implemented. And yet, I support the initiatives of these 3 countries, and here in the Parliament in particular, we have this echoes very well. All of that goes hand in hand with genuine, meaningful progress in key fields such as the judiciary, rule of law, good governance, accountability, anti-corruption, and approximation of legislation, as is a basis for our continued commitment. We see and we salute the determination and the positive Ukrainian society gives and the choices collectively made for a better future. We want to work towards securing such future of genuine freedom and prosperity for the Ukrainian people. It is through this lens that the European Union and especially the Parliament's engagement should be seen, including at times our constructive criticism. We remain Ukraine's most loyal friend, recognizing your extraordinary potential, your commitment, and therefore we are engaging in a solid and genuine dialogue towards the necessary changes for the potential. At the level of our Parliament specifically, I would like to emphasize that the key role of transparent and inclusive lawmaking and the role of the Rada in its various committees. Parliamentary reform goes hand in hand with the association process, and we commend Speaker Razumkov for his efforts and readiness to support progress. Let me end. We will continue to engage tirelessly with the Rada, institution to institution, as directly elected representatives of the people, both continuation of this strong Monet dialogue and through the future development of a comprehensive program for parliamentary support and capacity building based on a broad dialogue with the Rada and in close coordination with the EU delegation and other actors engaged in the field of parliamentary support. I look forward to the continuation of our engagement in a multitude of ways and to the reforms of the coming years, which are crucial for the development of our relation and for Ukraine's consolidation on its European path. And I sincerely hope that we can meet soon. If I may, on a personal note, say with some colleagues, we are planning to be in Ukraine around the 30th anniversary of in August, and we would also like to report, among other things, to set some signals. So that is what we are heading for in the next time to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Galler. Thank you very much, and wishing you all the very best for the parliament-to-parliament cooperation, and of course very much looking forward to welcome you physically in Kiev, your schedule and agenda, and of course other conditions allowing that. I will now pass the floor to Mr. Remy Duflo, Deputy Head, EU Delegation to Ukraine. EU delegation here on the ground continuously plays a very important role in the reform process of Ukraine, which is very understandable. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Maria. And I wish to start by thanking Vadim for a very realistic report. It's good to be sober in all circumstances. But also I want to start also by praising the Government Office for the coordination of European and Euro-Atlantic integration for their relentless efforts and contribution to what has been reported on in the report we are talking about today. But these thanks also go to all the ministries and the agencies, all those in those institutions who are working also hard on the implementation of the association agreement. And finally, let me mention our EU-funded project, Association for You, for their contribution to the preparation of the report and also this wonderful environment today. I will not, of course, repeat what Luc de Vigne and Katarína MATHERNOVA have said. I want just to insist on the fact that the publication itself, the publication of the report, its public release, these efforts in communicating about the contents are remarkable. I'm not sure that this is communication on this sort of things is something where the European Union can always claim to be to present the best practice. For this, I want to underline how pleased we are that the Ukraine government has taken this initiative. Of course, I want also to welcome the engagement of Ukraine civil society on all the reforms related to the implementation of the agreement. Just briefly, let me recall that our own report was published on the 1st of December last year, ahead of the Association Council, which, if I remember, took place in February. And our report for us is important because it forms the basis of the EU's position, including that of the member states. But it is also important because it allows to guide the dialogue that we are having the year after. A big part of the work, by the way, of the European delegation itself is coordinating and representing the interests and the values of the EU as a whole. So both our reports, the EU one and the Ukrainian one, outline Ukraine's progress in implementing its commitments under the agreement. This year, the Ukrainian report covers a period of 6 years, which is something new. Our next report next year will be also an annual report, but we also are working in parallel on a 5-year reflection on how we are doing jointly in achieving the objectives of the agreement. That's what we call Article 481 review, and it's a very, I would say, very both time-consuming but also very useful exercise to be made. Given the comprehensive and ambitious nature of the association agreement, its implementation merits continuous dialogue and efforts, but not only naturally on the side of Ukraine. I'm talking about efforts on both sides. Our methodology for monitoring and assessing implementation is precisely focused on this dialogue and joint efforts to overcome the challenges that reforms present. Many of these reforms are commitments and can be presented as commitments under the accession agreement, but they are first and foremost the reforms that Ukrainian citizens have themselves requested in well-known events. This is also why reforms in the rule of law and the fight against corruption take up such a predominant place in our dialogue and cooperation. They stood front and center in the request of the Ukrainian people back in 2014 and before. Since 2015, Ukraine has been gradually intensifying economic integration with the European Union by launching systemic reforms. To mention just a few of these, approximation in the areas of telecommunications, energy, gas and electricity, energy efficiency, public procurement, sanitary and phytosanitary. There have been areas where we have seen important progress, and progress which is important for the deepening of our cooperation in the future. But even in other areas like the digital sector, conformity assessment and energy, the implementation of the association agreement has already reached a quite advanced stage. I think even where it comes about conformity assessment, we are engaged in a pre-assessment work to see where we can go further. The implementation, naturally, the implementation and enforcement of legislation is just as important as its adoption. And the EU will also continue to monitor and to support this, in particular in sectors where Ukraine is seeking enhanced integration with the European Union. In this context, the rule of law standards and the unfinished reforms of enforcement agencies and the judiciary may delay such integration and limit its benefits to the Ukrainian citizens. We also expect generally Ukraine to refrain from adopting legislation that is not in line with the letter and the spirit of the agreement. On the whole, the positive development in bilateral trade over the last 5 years shows the undisputable success of the DCFTA. We are, I think, more integrated economically than ever before. Just a figure, our, I think, external trade with the European Union represents 40% of Ukraine's total trade. Now, talking about capacities, let me have a word on this. Maintaining intensive and wide-ranging dialogue on implementation of the association agreement, which is in itself a very impressive document, requires administrative capacities. In this context, we, the European Union delegation, highly value, I repeat it, the engagement of the government office and its leadership, and we hope to see the office fully staffed again soon. It's important. But also, given the high turnover of staff in the EU integration departments within ministries and agencies during the last 2 years, it would be important to ensure more stability, in particular at senior and mid-level official level. Furthermore, given that the approximation process may require specific solutions to be agreed between the EU and Ukraine, this requires from the government to develop strong analytical capacities at each stage of policy making, in particular to carry regulatory impact assessment. And here we touch upon the public administration reform, which shall provide a solid framework for integration of association agreement-related issues into domestic planning and policy making. Let me stress that European integration is not a separate policy area, which can be handed over to a group of enthusiasts only interested and active. It is an issue that concerns all policy making in the country, and of course, law enforcement. In support of Ukraine, we continue to provide financial assistance. The EU has mobilized together with the European financial institutions, the European Investment Bank and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, more than 16 billion euros now since 2014 in grants and loans, and by this we have exceeded our 11.1 billion euro pledge that we made in July 2014. We are now programming the next cycle, the 2021-2027 financial assistance. Support will continue to be provided to spur Ukraine's post-COVID socio-economic recovery, as well as help your country advance on its reforms agenda in line with the accession agreement. To conclude, let me recall the support of the European Union for Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence. It has been unwavering, and we will continue doing so. We remain your first supporter when it comes to the reforms that will make Ukraine a stronger, a more resilient, and a more prosperous European democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. De Flor. I will take this opportunity to say a big thank you for the financial and political support EU delegation is providing to Ukraine, and of course great many thanks for highlighting this capacity issue. Of course it remains key to see how association agreement implementation can really work and provide even more benefits to the citizens of Ukraine. І я передаю слово пані Олені Павленко.
So I pass the floor to Olena Pavlenko, head of the platform of civil society, Ukraine EU. Several times we've heard that civil society remains a reliable strategic platform for the authorities in the ambitious task of implementation of association agreement, but also civil society plays a watchdog role in this regard. It keep reminding about the level of tasks, about the priority of tasks. So, Olena, the floor is yours. We would like to hear your assessment in terms of key tasks and key achievements that we can expect for the next 5 to 10 years. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks, dear colleagues, for the opportunity to present platform's position. Mr. Helderman had already said something ahead of it. We are greeting, together with our colleagues from Moldova and Georgia, guests from Brussels, and there will be the presentation of the new associated trio. We hope that it's going to be an opportunity to reach an even higher, more ambitious level of cooperation with the EU. Secondly, we want to thank the government also today, and especially the Vice Prime Minister, for being engaged in the process of implementation of association agreement, debating, commenting. That helps the civil society to understand what's happening in the country and to provide an objective assessment. Even more so, we translate this assessment into the regions. We cooperate with regional civil organizations where it's harder for the government to reach, usually. So using this opportunity, I would like to invite all the colleagues here for an event that is going to be organized by the platform on the eve of Vilnius conference on July 2nd, about 2 p.m. online. We will be presenting our position note, and we'll try to discuss what's going to be the critical sectors that will allow Ukraine to prosper in long term after we successfully, hopefully, tackle the COVID pandemic. Ukrainian platform of civil society unites more than 200 civil organizations, and also trade unions and employers. Of course, we often have different positions, different ideas, but we are very convenient and we're very important to have consultancies with us. If the government or European counterparts will have to understand the idea of different stakeholders over a short period of time, Ukrainian platform of civil society congratulates this opportunity. We've done that. We've conducted such consultancy sessions, and we believe they were quite successful. On the eve of this event, we asked our members of the platform what's their assessment of the association agreement implementation level. We've heard the opinion of the government today. Our members of the platform were less ambitious or less positive in their assessment, from 30 to 50%, depending on what sectors we account for. But I think it's okay, because the civil society, the citizens, they see more implementation than just passing of the bills. Implementation takes more time and more effort, and you have to wait more until you see the products, the fruits of a particular law. But also, members of the platform has been engaged in commenting, as Maria said, and what can be done, what else should be in the focus of our attention when we talk about implementation of association agreement. I have quite an extensive list of these proposals. I'm not going to be telling all of them. I will just read some of the examples, but the list in its entirety will pass to the Vice Prime Minister office, and we'll be happy if they take our position into account. So several proposals. First, European strategy of Danube region. Ukraine is now heading the leader in this process, but members of the platform have seen that the parliamentary dimension was virtually non-present. At the same time, in the Donetsk strategy, they still have parliamentary conferences. So please include this parliamentary dimension in the strategy implementation, especially in the period where the Ukraine is the head of that process. Also, we mentioned the national strategy of human rights protection. We think in our platform that if this commitment has been implemented, there were some things that were not implemented before. And we would like to urge to include those actions that were not done. They were postponed till later period. Don't forget about them. And there are some additional wishes to the strategy. We'll pass them over. One of them is to try and unite the national strategy with regional strategies. Because what happens often in the regions is remote or divorced often from what's happening in the national level. Next proposal is regarding the digitalization. In particular, there's a proposal to account for European directives to keep electronic registers of market supervision for agricultural and industrial sectors. Also, there is an urge to create a food security and food safety program and agrochemical analysis of the soils before the agricultural land market will be open. This is important. Financial market, we also have some proposals how to better integrate Ukrainian and European rights and procedures. I would like to remind you that our profile work group has written letters to governmental offices and Vice Prime Minister's office. We will be happy to account for these proposals, if you account for these proposals. As for the healthcare, it's not very well that the beginning of the academic year happened in the beginning of the pandemic, especially down in the regions where no digitalization, no internet access, a lot of school kids had problems, and also medical healthcare workers were lacking proper equipment, computers, access to internet. All of that has shown how important, how hard the pandemic hit. And also we'll discuss that while we will be presenting our positioning note later. The national blood strategy in 2022. The government will be focusing on healthcare a lot, and so we would like to stress this part in particular. In part of environment and energy, I can talk a lot about it, but I will spare you, and we will submit all the proposals. But please pass the bill on Indigo Network, the Poultry Directive and Village Directive. We've talked about the update of the applications in climate. Application number 27 in the energy sphere should be working. It's not working enough. Also, we want the national definition in part of energy and climate should be there. That's the strategy that European Union will be focusing on when they cooperate with Ukraine in energy and environment. The national system of qualification in educational sphere. There are a lot of them. I'm not going to read the whole list. We will pass all the proposals. I just want to stress one thing. When the civil society is a player in the field, you know, if there's a game and they have even a playing field, so of course the results and how many goals, how many victories are there, it's going to be much higher, much more. It's much easier and much more enjoyable. So thanks for the opportunity to be on the playing field and also play the game. And we guarantee that we're going to be great professional players. Yeah, we have no doubts about that. And your presentation is good proof of the fact that civil society has always been in the game, has always was ready to help, lending a hand, reminding of the functions of the government, and of course, I wish you great success in your future communication. Of course, with the regions, it's a very important part of Euro integration process, and of course, pass your recommendations on to the governmental office, to the Vice Prime Minister team. I think we're going to continue this dialogue, and it's going to be a very fruitful dialogue. And of course, also finally, we have the representative of Ukrainian businesses. The view of Ukrainian businesses are very important. We talked about increased and strengthened European integration of Ukraine to EU. We talked about new challenges that Ukrainian businesses face. We've also heard that Ukrainian businesses want specific steps. They want specific successes in what Ukraine has agreed with the European Union. So Dmytro Loss is here, head of the Business and Trade Association. So the floor is yours. Hello. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. First of all, on behalf of all the members, I would like to thank the President of Ukraine and the government and the Parliament for the great work that they've been doing on our Euro integration work. We all support we constantly help our government. We'll be happy to continue helping them by providing analytical, legal information. Our experts participate in the drafting of bills, etc. And of course, over the last 6 years, where Ukraine has done a great deal of work in Euro integration, including the pandemic as the challenge, has not prevented us from reaching success. Of course, there are some key things that, of course, the Euro integration process is an opportunity to increase the trade between our countries, because, in fact, the economic stability of the state is one of the key elements of security, and trade relations are highly important in this process. We all understand that over the last 5 years, Ukrainian businesses have done quite a lot of work by reorienting themselves from previous markets to EU markets. EU has become one of our strategic partners, but still there are some issues that we have to raise, especially if we talk about our government and EU partners, some issues that have been resolved yet. So quotas for goods. Analytical materials that we provide to the government show that even the full elimination of quotas between Ukraine and EU will increase the trade volumes up to €1 billion, not more than that. So for EU, in terms of Ukrainian business, there's no reason to support the quota policy, especially in terms of agricultural sector of Ukraine. Second thing, what concerns Ukrainian business is the European Green Deal and the possible introduction of CBAM. So the carbon tax on the border. We are aware that Ukraine is an integral part of Europe, and Ukraine will, of course, take upon itself the commitments to implement the Paris Agreement, but still, nevertheless, as we go through process of implementation and harmonization of the legislation between Ukraine and EU, we have to understand that by accepting higher standards than there were, Ukrainian companies will bear larger financial burdens to modernize their facilities, their production facilities. So when we take commitment to either implement a new law or to have the second national ambitious input, we have to see the concrete ways to attract investments for Ukrainian businesses. That's why Ukrainian Association of Business and Trade, together with the Economic Restoration Center, we've offered the new ways regarding the national input. The civil society, of course, would like it to be passed as soon as possible, but Ukrainian businesses want to understand where from and how do we get funding for these ambitious goals. How the taxes will impact relations between EU and Ukraine. Why can't we move the border of Green Deal to eastern borders of Ukraine without using it? And other issues that require a solution that we believe are discussed but still are not supported largely by Brussels. Especially since we're updating agreement in terms of logistics between Ukraine and EU, issues permits for logistics staff. All the transport ways now go through Poland, and number of permits from the increased number of permits is unacceptable. We can be in a situation where we manufacture and produce great products, but we cannot ship it to EU. And the number of permits has hit. So we've been transiting goods 75 euro centers per kilometer. Poland demands now the price of €1, which is a big difference now. Also, we see the necessity to increase the number of border crossings with the EU. It's not only the railway, it's infrastructure of road network that are being built. We have to have diversified ways and for delivery of shipments to EU. What else I would like to mention is that Ukrainian businesses need, and that's our plea to our parliament and the government, to introduce the better and easier ways to obtain export funding. We've created an expert loan agency. We understand how many problems there were for the creation of this agency, but we wanted to be effective. We wanted to be able to warrant the proper insurance for Ukrainian shipments to EU, and I think EU can help us by legal advice. So we fully support what our government does in the way of Euro integration. We believe that the progress we've done so far is significant, especially in terms of standardization, because businesses understand fully that unless we have proper standards between us and the EU, especially in agriculture, we're gonna run into problems. We're gonna run into non-trade related barriers that sometimes appear. But we hope this is gonna be our team's victory. Thank you.
Економічні аспекти і секторальні.
Thank you. We continue to discuss sectoral and economic aspects during next panels. We are running out of time, but at the same time, we would like to ask questions from our online participants, and I would provide the possibility for reflection. So the question is, what will it be for Ukraine, this updating or review of the association agreement? What is the benefit and why it is so important? So I would like to answer as a representative of the business. This would be new possibilities within the annexes, and also I see a issue to facilitate and simplify access. It would provide much wider possibilities in terms of dignified labor and good conditions. I see that the civil society also would like to add. It's more integration. It's more possibilities for business to exchange goods, services, to travel. So it's a it's more of an integration to understand where we are going, what are we going to have. We are to speak constantly about the way forward, about the future, and updating of annexes. This is the conversation about the future, and we are to move forward.
I would formulate it a bit differently, actually. It is the review process is a process where two parties sit together and assess how much they have been able to do by following the methods they have been using. I think the review process will be the opportunity to rethink the way we work together and to see whether we can be more efficient. Now, as regards specifically what it will bring to Ukraine, it's in a way it will be defined in the course of that dialogue. It's very difficult to say now. What we can say is that we wish it would bring to Ukraine, but what it will bring to Ukraine will be defined in the course of discussions on the basis of facts, evidence, and of course wishes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Clear.
Тут я абсолютно погоджуюсь, що сам по собі
I absolutely agree here that the process of negotiations on updating of annexes is already a very effective communication mechanism. And here we rely on the principle of absolute honesty, and we hope for reciprocity, and this openness and sincerity will help achieve realistic goals. It is also a way to address technical problems, actually to do everything to enable and launch Annex 27. This is energy sector where Ukraine has done a lot, but still a lot of challenges remain, including the provisions of the Annex requiring us to harmonize and agree the draft laws that Ukrainian parliament adopts with the European Commission, but we do not have this technical procedure that would be sufficiently well designed and accepted by the parties, by the sides, to facilitate a speedy agreement. And that is why we have certain things up in the air, and these technical things should be addressed. And it would allow to achieve progress in our Euro integration ambitions. Yes, that's good to hear this down-to-earth approach, and I have all grounds to believe that with constructive dialogue we can achieve much more. And this realism would only help to utilize the full potential of the association agreement. I thank sincerely all the panelists for your time, for your contributions, and Good afternoon. I do hope that I will cope technologically with this arrangement. We continue to reflect on the association agreement. For me, it's a huge project for my entire professional life. With some of my colleagues, we started in the mid 2000. And this is quite an extraordinary story. How, through legal text, we speak about big dynamics. And today, in these 30 minutes, we will try to speak about the economic or trade part of the agreement, because essentially the entire agreement is economic, because the European Union essentially was formed more economically, that gains more and more muscles as a political body. But still, when we speak about the future and the dynamics for the future, and because in our panel there are two of my colleagues with whom I work on a daily basis, I look at them on screen and you see them. This is Leon Delvaux, my vis-a-vis from the DG Trade. He has relatively recently joined, but works with Ukraine a lot, because he helped Jean-Claude Juncker to manage, and he has a wider perspective on the European envelope than trade. And we are actively working on what can be improved in the agreement, in the formal part on customs, and the legal aspect through changes in the annexes and additional provisions of some tools. And indeed, this year, we are planning a very ambitious program. Dmytro Kiselevsky represents the Committee on Economic Development in Rada, but also has a very good economic profile, and also has views on what it can help or contribute to industry. We can talk a lot about agriculture, and this discussion can be really eternal, but for the next 5 years, the most important and the most successful things would be in this area, and I'm absolutely convinced, although the Committee on Economic Development has divergent views on the chances, threats, and challenges in industries in the relations with the EU. And I would like to pass it over to Leon.
What are the Brussels views on the future of the trade part of the association agreement?
Okay, first of all, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, as well as we can see you. Yeah.
That's not so important, but if you can hear me, if you couldn't hear me, that would be at least a problem. So thank you very much, Taras, and it's really a pleasure to be with you today, and many thanks for inviting me. So and of course also for organizing the meeting. You mentioned that we've been working quite an intensive pace together, and then of course I hope that this will continue and all bear its fruits. Oh my God, I have quite an echo. I don't know. But, you don't have the problem?
Yeah,
Well,
we are hearing you, so so please continue.
Okay. So for the EU, Ukraine is not just a trade partner as any other. The deep and comprehensive free trade area that we've put in place together is one of the most advanced forms of trade agreements, probably the most advanced form that the EU has with any country. It's not just about trade liberalization, so essentially about tariffs, and it's especially now in this phase. Oh my God! Sorry, I have a terrible echo. I don't know if somebody can do something.
Leon, we are receiving you quite well, so that we hear you and see you. So that's if your display sends you other signals, disregard them. So that's we actually hear you quite perfectly.
Okay, I'll just continue. The fact is, I have the echo, so it's quite unpleasant, but that's live. Okay.
With us,
so
it goes without echo, so feel free to tell unless it's uncomfortable for you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay. So I was saying, I was trying to say that beyond nutrition is of course about regulatory approximation, and we heard. Sorry, can you maybe? I try to reconnect being variable. Maybe can the other colleague on the panel maybe speak now, and I'll take the floor afterwards.
Okay, I think that you should mute sound when you speak. Then it might be better for you. But meanwhile, I think that we will definitely invite Dmitro to talk. Отже, Дмитро, чи ти на зв'язку?
Так, доброго дня, я вас чую.
Я бачу 4 себе на екрані.
Yes, indeed. I see several me on the screen. Now I see Dmitro. While Leon is resolving the problem with the eco, you can share your perspective and the perspectives of the Committee on Economic Development in the Ukrainian Parliament on the future of the association agreement. I would say at once that I have seen some messages from the committee. Then in 2 weeks, a committee hearing is planned on the association agreement, and we will try to have a very detailed discussion within the committee. But before the hearing, what are the perspectives from the point of view of industry on the development of Ukraine's economy and industry in the context of the association agreement? Thank you. Let's check whether you hear me. Yes, we hear you well, and we have a good picture, and we have very good signal. So on our side, everything is good. I'm Dmytro Kisirevsky. I'm Deputy Chair of the Committee on Economic Development in the Parliament, and I would like to start by saying that political integration of Ukraine with the EU is irreversible. I'm a great proponent, and I believe this is civilizational choice, which is quite right. Maybe next messages may cast doubt on it. That is why I would like to make this statement at once. I am convinced that the economic and trade part is unfair and not beneficial for Ukraine, because it should be stated by us, it should be recognized by EU, and we are to shift away from naive, romantic perception of the agreement and go on to a more pragmatic use. After disruption of relations with Russia, EU is the biggest trade partner, and we have not been able to make up for this loss. during these years. And we have the chronic deficit of trade balance even without counting reverse gas supply, and import is high-tech and export is raw materials. And free trade agreement is only in the name. We do not have free trade. We have barriers, we have quotas, we have customs, and even new barriers that I would say. This is absolutely minimal rates and quotas for some products and technical barriers. For example, in construction materials, subsidies to food producers in the EU, and let's be open, European Green Deal is example of high-level protectionism for the producers, and we are to name it as it is. Then introduction of more rigid protections in trade, anti-dumping and compensation, special customs, and additional protection measures for metal products. And if safeguards on metal works, when we refer to Article 21 and it raises objections, I think it's not normal. We have to play by the same rules. And also, it's a blow to Ukrainian exporters, and we see the decreased number of permits and authorizations. So the situation is worsening. Then the EU essentially did not open access to its public procurement, whereas Ukraine fully opened. Penetration of import is almost 40%, and in EU is less than 10%. And our producers, especially in engineering sectors, are openly discriminated against in European tenders. And also, these are the words by the EU ambassador that Ukraine should forget about the law on localization, and it's a quotation from RBK interview. And I hope that we will never hear these words from the ambassador. And as a Ukrainian citizen, I am not very diplomatic, but we are to name things as they are. Is there any potential to reverse this trend? Yes. In Geneva, there is a think tank evaluating unused potential, and it says that it's almost $10 billion, which is almost half of Ukraine's export to the EU. And this assessment is made on the export of raw materials. Other methodology used by Harvard and MIT allows to identify diversification in some high-tech groups. According to methodology, this is engineering, car building, electric machinery, equipment building, and also military industry. In 2019, EU increased import, and Ukraine is only accounts for 0.7% in this multi-billion imports. So we have potential in this area. So what we are to do to fulfill this potential? We are to understand that the EU will not defend our economic interests. This is up to us. And here I see three directions. First, review of the economic part of the association agreement. After 5 years, we have the right to it, and we are to speak openly with our partners that there are differences between true partnership and the raw material base. And also, we have active war, and we have changed the situation with the access of our goods. We also are to offer EU to replace some import by Ukrainian products. This is a win-win situation for both sides. And also what is up to us, to Ukrainians. We are to create strong public institutions, and with the help of these institutions, we are to boost the development of our economy and trade. These are trade representations, etc. So, dear Ukrainians, no one will defend our economic interests, and we are to shift away from the practice to go to the EU to get homework, to the practice of defending our interests. Dear representatives of the EU, I believe that Ukraine deserves a better economic treatment than we have now. Thank you, Dmytro. Thank you for this assessment. And in many ways, I should say that I would agree, but my task is actually to explain this, to translate it into the language comprehensible for our trade partners. And indeed, what is good is actually in this position that has just been voiced, is that it explains the depth of our trade relations, because indeed we have a good framework. The association agreement, which is dynamic, that opens ways for developments using different strategies and pathways, but at the same time, the Ukrainian and European producers are competitors. They are not only partners. And consequently, the EU, as Ukraine, addresses two tasks. First is becoming closer. It's reaching propensities, as Leon said, that Ukraine is more than a trade partner, and then safeguarding one's own national interests, not only of the EU as a whole, but individual member states. And that's why we have multi-dimensional discussion on trade. On the one hand, we see success, and this is not the share of export, but we see the absolute increase in the number of companies involved, and also the share of high-tech is growing, and we have more successful Ukrainian companies that win public tenders, but it does not alleviate the problems. We do not have customs for our metal products, but the customs are through protection measures. And at once there is a question to what extent Ukrainian companies are to proactively seek protection from the Ukrainian government vis-à-vis Ukrainian markets. And this is not a very pleasant development, because we both emphasize that customs-free and all these barriers should disappear, because without this it's important to reach open strategic autonomy. Somebody says that it's a new way to call protectionism, which is quite a brutal term. And this is the measure, as Executive Vice President Dombrovskis has said, that Europe could win from open trade more than from closed trade. And I believe that the same is true for Ukraine, but open trade should not be a Washington consensus at the beginning of 1990s. It should be a smart approach when Ukrainian companies win and Ukrainian and European companies win from collaboration. And to maintain this narrative, we are to introduce a lot of tools enshrined in the association agreement. And if we take the example of localization, it's an interesting thing with the evolution of stance, because I absolutely shared Dmytro's view that the primary position expressed by my friend, the EU ambassador, indeed created more problems than resolved the situation. Because indeed, so this draft law includes the issue on the conformity with the association agreement and the agreement on public procurement of World Trade Organization. At the same time, neither agreement precludes us, Ukraine, resolve the issue of access of goods from countries that do not open their markets. And now the European Commission resumed its work on the tool on international public procurement to restrict access of goods from countries that close their markets to the EU. And because of our very hard work with Leon and the colleagues, we finally arrived at the formula saying that if the law on localization is adopted, it should be compliant with the association agreement. We have prepared proposals and passed them on to the committee, and we continue our efforts. So this is an example of finding mutual understanding even in such complex issues, localization, public procurement, certain restriction of access to goods where there is no reciprocity. These are mutual and common challenges, and these are nuanced things where we are to build understanding, and we are happy that even less than within 6 months we have found this formula with Leon and with the colleagues, and it is stated in the operational conclusions that is acceptable and opens the way forward for all participants without blocking each other's national initiatives, and understanding where is our mutual interest, because this mutual interest is to enable Ukrainian companies to win in public procurement procedures, and the same to enable European companies to win contracts in Ukraine. And at the same time, it should not be a charity with openness to countries that do not allow Ukrainian companies to enter the public procurement markets like Turkey, Kazakhstan, Belarus. So this quest, this search for mutual understanding is the essence of the agreement. This is not only statistics. And with this, I would like finally to pass it over to Leon. I think he has improved his technical capabilities. So it's we give it over to you.
I hope it works better now. Can you hear me?
So with some interruptions, but we can hear you, yeah. So, yeah, please continue.
Okay, I still have the echo, but I I'll handle it. Okay, sorry, apologies again for the problem that I had. I will, if you allow, just say a few general remarks I want to make at the beginning, and then come back to the discussion that you just had on public procurement, and indeed the way we both of us and our teams have been discussing this issue to quite an extent, and hopefully have found a way forward. So I was saying that our DCFTA, of course, not just has a trade liberalization agreement, liberalization part, sorry, to which I'm going to come back. So the regulatory approximation element, and the idea behind this this approximation is clear. We both believe that it can be a catalyst for, I think, domestic reform and a means to enhance trade, investment, and economic development. It is in that logic that Ukraine has committed to align its legislation to the one of the EU and related areas such as technical standards, sanitary and phytosanitary measures, customs, some services sectors, and we're going to come to it, public procurement. This is a very ambitious and challenging task, and I think we see this every day, and I think every time there is problems, we discuss them, I think, jointly. We recognize the very significant have been undertaken so far under the DCFTA, and we are doing our best to support you in this process, and will continue to do so, be that via technical assistance or financial assistance. The DCFTA, we believe, our DCFTA is a success story. Of course, it can always be improved, and we are working to make it even more of a success. If you look at the figures, they are quite telling. I think our bilateral trade has steadily increased over the last years by actually more than half. And to give quite a telling example, when it comes, for instance, to an issue which is also very sensitive on our side, and I know on yours too, which is agricultural products. We are now the 4th biggest exporter of agricultural products to the EU, Brazil and US. Those, I think, quite a telling statistic. It says a lot about the breadth and the depth of our trading relation. The association agreement, and I think it was also mentioned in the previous panel, is not a static agreement. It includes mechanisms for continuous updating and several review mechanisms that testify to its dynamic nature. One of them is the review on the achievement of the objectives of the agreement, which is foreseen under the famous 8.1, and we are both working on our respective contributions to this review. Another important process, and Taras, we've discussed this several times already in our meetings, is the trade liberalization for goods, which is envisaged in the Article 29 of the agreement. It was this review process was active earlier this year, and now looking into your requests, and we'll pursue the discussion on how we can take this work forward, and we could potentially increase trade liberalization. Of course, you have your requests, we will have our requests, and I'm sure that we will find a way forward that is mutually satisfactory. Beyond this review, it's important that we also implement use the potential that is still in the DCFTA. So the dynamic alignment with EU acquis standards, telecommunications, we think will allow you to become more competitive and attract foreign investments in key economic sectors. A good example of this is our current work on the so-called ACA. So you refer to it as for goods, for industrial goods. So conformity assessment and acceptance. This is quite a demanding process, but I think we are making progress. and we hope we can come to a jointly and mutually acceptable outcomes in the next month. And the potential I was referring to and the dynamic nature, I think, Taras, you mentioned it also in your introduction, if I got it right, but maybe as I have some I hope I didn't misunderstand you. It is, I think we have jointly agreed on taking forward some priority actions in the coming months to make, to set ourselves joint ambitions over the next months and years, priority actions that we and should be taken in a shorter time frame. Which of course doesn't mean that the longer term perspectives are in any way put into question, but it's rather a jointly focusing minds on actions that can be taken and achieved in a shorter time frame. Let me maybe say then a word that is maybe of a more general nature. I think we should not take the DCFTA for granted. It provides mutual benefits and many opportunities for reciprocal benefits, but it also comes with its obligations. We need to ensure respect of the commitments to which we have subscribed, and this is, of course, the case for both parties. I've listened carefully to what a gentleman from the Rada has said in terms of dissatisfaction when it comes to several areas. But I think the key here is, first of all, to have the ability to discuss these issues, I think, which we have, and can testify to that, but also to ensure that both sides, with whatever initiative they want to take, stay within the obligations they have contracted, so the commitments they have made to each other. One very important element in this regard concerns for us the public procurement law. Again, Taras, you mentioned the discussions we've had on this, identified a way that is acceptable for both parties. But on this one, it's really important, and I'd like to stress that to our commitments as taken in the DCFTA. And as you know, in the DCFTA, there also there are several take these steps, implement the different phases. I think we need to be comfortable and assured that each party sticks by what's taken and the requirements which are linked to different phases. So, of course, there is always room for discussion, for clarifications, but I think at the end it's necessary to find a common understanding. Of course, we are always open to discuss issues of implementation, and I hear you well. There are maybe some question marks when it comes to the way these commitments also have been implemented in the EU. We are not hiding from such a discussion. We are more than happy to have it, but I think to have it, it's also have in mind the point you made. The FTA framework, it creates EU commitments. It doesn't say anything about the competition part, and I think we both want free markets and democratic societies, and we want competition to be free, so a framework to be created for free competition. So I think this is something we have to keep in mind when discussing the outcomes of public procurement. Let me also maybe mention, and I'm sorry for being a bit long, another very important issue for us, and which also testifies, I think, to the importance of respective commitments and to the rules these commitments and our agreement bind us to. And this concerns the arbitration panel on Ukraine's wood export ban. I know that we've not, this issue has been discussed times over the last years, including at the highest level. There are so kind of remember that I've been had the honor to work as trade advisor to President Jean-Claude Juncker. And I remember at some of the summits back in 15, we already discussed the wood export ban. So this is an issue that has been with us for quite some time. It has been discussed controversially. Both parties have been making their points forcefully, but then we agreed, as we had foreseen in the DCFTA, to actually go to arbitration. And this arbitration is essentially a third party assessing what had been agreed and how far parties had complied with that. This arbitration panel ruled and decided essentially that the wood export ban was not compatible with commitments under the DCFTA. And I think it's important now that that there will be a follow-up to this panel, because this is the way we want to put conflicts at rest in our commitments to be respected. We want, if there are disagreements on what is commitments are, arbitration panel to rule on them, and once a neutral third party has taken, we both need to implement it and respect it. So sorry for being a bit long. That's what I wanted to say in my intervention. I see we're running late, but I give the floor back to you, Taras. Thank you.
No worries. So that more you present, less it requires for me to present as well. I think that we are in broad agreement in terms of understanding on our further works on the CFTA and on respecting our commitments under the CFTA. Я вертаючись в українську мову.
So coming back to our discussion, I would like to say that from my point of view, after we've heard what Dmitro had to say, what Leon had to say, and on the first glimpse, they appear to be radically distant. But I think they have lots of shared points, that they both facilitate, they strive towards Ukrainian wider membership in European markets according to the association agreement. The story with lumber is still the example that with the arbitration panel, we have arrived to the point where we could have been from the very start. And maybe that was half of the mistake from the error from Ukrainian side, for half of the error was from the European side. But in reality, there were not so many mistakes back in the 2015, rather than absence of skills. We had not really had any skills of listening to each other in delicate issues, and that led to certain antagonistic rhetoric. That this export ban was politically presented as support of European processing industry, but in the long run, we are all interested, and the EU is now actively strengthening control over international lumber trade, and the EU initiatives now coincide with a lot of things that Ukrainian government said, the Ukrainian presidents, about the forestries, new forestries, and restoration of forests, so that we meet each other, and it could have been in 2015. We could have arrived at if not ideal, but at least acceptable for both parties, but for Ukraine and the EU. What's interesting is that now that we have that solution, that decision of arbitration, and now that we're working on the new draft bill on the lumber market together with the Committee of Economic Development, we're exactly looking for a solution that would match everybody's expectation, the association agreement and our policy in terms of forestry restorations, and also transparency and transparent forestry market. So, trying to sum it up, maybe Dmitro, you have some things to say as a summation in terms of parliamentary procedures? Not really, no. Thank you. Right, so trying to sum it up, I think previously we've already heard speakers mention statistical data. Statistics doesn't weigh so much. What weighs much is what we understand in association agreement. Just recently I had a discussion where an explanation emerged, and you may perceive it as something completely divorced from reality. Like this is all a product of my imagination largely. But in truly what we've discussed with Dmitro, like at the moment, the association agreement with the EU did fail to compensate yet the losses that we incurred when we lost the Russian markets. But there are still two narratives in all of this that are biblical in their proportions and the content. For the businesses in Ukraine that used to work with CIS markets before the association agreement was signed, this association agreement and everything that happened later was the biblical paradise lost. It's like for 30 plus years we've worked with those markets, and for the industry 30 plus years is almost an eternity. But in reality, association agreement is not paradise lost. It's more of an exodus from Egypt, because in the Bible, exodus from Egypt meant the beginning of a complex way for the Israelites to wander in the desert. So everything that happened after the association agreement were complex and painful transformation. But now that the ACA agreement is in question, I think I regard it as personally I regard it as a success. I've heard about the plans to have this agreement back when I graduated my university. It only started in the Ministry of Justice. Turns out we've been doing so much, but we haven't even become closer to signing this agreement. And now the fact that only in the last 2 years we've done most of the work, and we've already done the first mission, and the lion's share of all the regulations in this agreement have been already implemented in Ukraine, which in itself is a huge progress. That means we are approaching the signing itself. And just as well regarding customs, visa-free trade, which sounded like science fiction 2 years ago, now it's basically in the works with the EU. So all the novel problems that we have emerging between us and the EU, it's not in itself a problem of negative development. It's growth pains. This is where our biases finally get dissolved. Like with these Polish permits, we were jostling for space for quite a long time, but then we realized that failure to resolve this problem any longer is going to be counterproductive not only for the Ukrainian-Polish relations, but for relations between Poland and other EU members, because that creates bottleneck in trade in general. And we're still far from final solution, but at least we've started moving towards the solution. So in reality, association agreement implementation for the subsequent 5 years, it's going to be expedited removal of the barriers that Dmitro mentioned at the very beginning. I'm confident that protecting our national interests while sticking to the association agreement is quite a normal, pragmatic rhetoric. So we think we can maintain our national interest and at the same time not being an adversary of a deepened integration with the EU. Quite on the contrary, to get integrated with the EU domestic markets, is the only way to do that is by maintaining our national interests. So all the three present interventions that we've heard from Dmitro, from Leon, and me are largely about the same thing. That the discussion going on within association agreement and the DCFTA goes towards a positive development and is beneficial to trade relations, even if the discussion is heated and often controversial. So thank you so much for patience, for sticking with us longer than we intended to. Well, hopefully the next panelists will forgive us taking a little bit more of a time. So thanks for all the participants in this discussion.
Good afternoon. We are continuing our discussion with the customs visa-free topic. From the Ukrainian side, I am the director of the Department for Customs Policy, Ministry of Finance of Ukraine. And I have my colleague, Vladislav Suvorov, Deputy Head of Department at State Customs Service of Ukraine. We have our colleague from the European Commission with us, Head of Unit of Trade Facilitation and International Coordination. And we have the possibility to discuss the things that today in Ukraine have already become parts of our lives, because indeed, many years ago, we started to talk about implementation of authorized economic operators in Ukraine, about joining the Convention of the Common Transit Procedure, that we are to adopt best practices. And a lot of work was invested in it. And today we can speak about these things as something that has become reality. Without any doubt that the association agreement as a vector that Ukraine chose also in the area of customs is our key priority. And integration of Ukrainian business through customs procedures, modern customs procedures to the global community, European community, is indeed a priority. And I would like to say why it is important for businesses, because essentially implementation of European standards in Ukraine that are best practices enable Ukrainian businesses to improve their business processes, to adopt good practices. And ultimately, this is a victory in terms of the efficiency gains. And transparent and understandable procedures like customs control, customs clearance in Ukraine is a serious step towards Ukraine becoming more comprehensible for our international partners. And therefore, the Ministry of Finance, together with the State Customs Service. And I would like to say that with this is with great support from the European Union, and of course, in the first place, with the help of the Department of Taxation and the Customs Union, we have elaborated legislative changes. I'm not going to go into details in terms of the inventory. That's a difficult path. It's a set of laws, bylaws, acts of the cabinet, and all this work was supported by experts from the European Commission, DG Taxa, DG Trade, DG NEAR. We are now working also with the development of digitalization, and it gave us the possibility to implement practices that are fully aligned with the European standards. Why this a priority for the Ukrainian side? For example, in the future, when we speak about the development of the authorized economic operators, future agreements and mutual recognition of AEOs, because the assessment in Ukraine is done on single standards. And this practice of bilateral agreements would facilitate border crossing, also for goods. We have already issued the first certificate of authorized economic operator. Currently, we have applications of other companies. They are now undergoing the validation process, and the decision will be made. So essentially, we can say that it has been launched in Ukraine. The next block of issues is that Ukraine is paying huge attention, and it's a key priority today, is going through all the procedures that would enable Ukraine to join the Convention on Common Transit regime. And again, with the assistance of European experts, we have prepared an approximation to the European Customs Code, and today we have conducted a pilot project. And starting from March, Ukraine has started national implementation of the common transit, and we expect that later in the year Ukraine would file an application on testing. It would be the official application for legislative compliance and all the technicalities, and by the end of the year we are planning to file an official request to the administrative committee to join the convention. Again, I would repeat that high attention is given. Today we have more than 130 customs declarations issued in the national regime, and the business is stepping up utilization. They start understanding how it works. So I do believe that Mr. Suvorov can provide more details about this work. And the third component is this intellectual property protection. We have prepared necessary legislative amendments and also prepared secondary legislation. Today we have some nuances with application of software, but these things are quite easy to address, and in some time we will be able to say that these decisions are fully implemented in practice. According to the association agreement, we also prepared amendments to the laws implementing Regulation 1286. This draft law was approved by the Cabinet of Ministers quite recently, and it is about to be introduced to the Parliament to be finally adopted as a law. So we have delivered this work too. I also want to note that all these initiatives that I have mentioned, we maintain full contact with our European colleagues, and we do receive big support from the European project, EU for PFM, EU for IBM, Ukrainian reform architecture 2.0. All these programs and projects contribute a lot. We do value this comprehensive support that allows us actually to move much faster. Now our plans are that, again, with the help of international experts, we are preparing further changes necessary for the implementation of the EU Customs Code in Ukrainian legislation. So this is further legislative work. It's also the dialogue on updating of Annex 15 to the association agreement. And here again, we would like to dedicate a separate activity and consultations explaining our initiatives, and to hear the side of the European Union, maybe as a form of, in the form of the video conference, and that would really help to accelerate the process. So I think that for the sake of the rational timing, I would give the floor to Fernando. Please provide your perspective on the cooperation in the area of customs and customs visa-free.
And good afternoon, Mr. Moskalenko. I hope that you can be heard well. It seems right. First of all, let me say that I'm very pleased to be with you today and to underscore what you have said about the close cooperation between the customs authorities of Ukraine and the European Commission, the General of Taxation and Customs Union. We have association agreement which is the customs cooperation is very advanced. It's actually, I would say, state of the art. It contains provisions provide for a very degree of alignment of Ukraine with the EU customs code, the new customs code. And this would entail a number of advantages taken into account that would facilitate the integration of Ukraine into the economic space of the European Union, and therefore the greater fluidity in the trade, and I would say more generally relations between the EU and Ukraine. The EU Customs Code introduces many provisions that are modernized, that are provide for service and service-oriented approach based on speed, efficiency, and also as well as greater reliance on the operators and more targeted systems of customs controls, leading to greater efficiency, as well as the better protection of citizens, because in addition to the functions of the customs of also collecting duty, there is the important objective of promoting trade, promoting also licit trade, but also protecting the legitimate interests and the citizens. And I can only welcome the very close cooperation. I will elaborate on this a little bit more in a moment. What I would like is to mention what are the main objectives of this cooperation, what is the state of play, and also look at investment as looking at the next steps and the future and the prospects. With respect to the objectives, as I said, the agreement provides for a high degree of cooperation, which is monitored regularly by a customs subcommittee, which meets every year and will also meet shortly. We have very regular contacts with the Ukrainian customs, and we are looking at the state of implementation of the agreement, as well as the identification of areas of future cooperation. Just to mention, with respect to the approximation of legislation, as has been indicated by Mr. Moskalenko. In effect, we are working now on the amendment of Annex 15 that updates the provisions to a new customs code is in force now already for 5 years. You have mentioned, Mr. Moskalenko, the accession to the Common Transit Convention and the Convention on Trade Facilitation, which both sides have made significant investments. Ukraine will join, expectedly, hopefully, next year on the basis of the application of the so-called new computerized transit system, the so-called version 4, and later on the definitive version, version 5, which would imply that there is a full integration of Ukraine into the European space, if we can call it this way, of transit. I can only greet the very good work being done together by experts from both sides. Also, you have intellectual property rights, in effect, the state of play of control at the borders of the respect of intellectual property rights. We welcome progress being made in this area. And also the work on authorized economic operators that has been stepped up very significantly over the past year. And now Ukraine has a fully operational program. And the next step is going to be a visit next year, later, so that there is a final assessment that can the way to the trial of the exchange of information, and therefore for the conclusion of a mutual recognition understanding. That provides for the possibility of the Customs Subcommittee to actually adopt by a simple decision. So this is a procedure that we expect can be conducted relatively quickly. Again, the cooperation between both sides has been really excellent. Another area is the update of the origin rules, of the origin protocol. As participants know, the rules of the Pan-Euromed Convention on Rules of Origin have been updated, and we are in the process of introducing these revised rules in the bilateral origin protocols. We put them forward to Ukraine, who was interested in updating the rules. So we are now waiting for the confirmation that we can proceed to a decision also of the Customs Subcommittee to update and modify the origin protocol. We expect that with a number of partners of the zone, the agreement, the revised rules will enter into force on the 1st of September, and it would be very helpful if also Ukraine was part of a group of countries. And there is also a latest development, which is a Ukrainian request for to start a process of exchange of information, customs information, with a view to facilitate trade by enabling both sides to better target their risk assessment and the controls to the more risky transactions. And a letter was addressed to our Director General, and actually our next step is to have with you an exploratory discussion to understand well what you have in mind, and then start also looking at the requirements, and therefore kick it off. I think this is an area where, again, our Customs Committee has the power to adopt arrangements providing for exchange of customs information. And this entails a number of legal issues which are of significant importance, not least the protection of personal data. So what is our assessment and what are the prospects for the development of cooperation in the customs area? As I said, the cooperation is very good. is very fluid. And there is also a very significant degree of technical assistance being provided by the Commission. The help of DG NEAR was mentioned, the help of our own delegation. We have the twinning programs in a number of areas. There have been seminars in providing for assistance and better knowledge of the customs procedures in force in the EU. There is also the work being conducted by our colleagues in UBAM. So we can only congratulate ourselves and you for this cooperation. So the accession to the Common Transit Convention and to the process of mutual recognition of authorized economic operators, both are on track and progressing well. Also, the amendment of Annex 15, although in those areas there are still some outstanding issues to make sure that all the relevant provisions of the Union Customs Code are contained and reflected in this, not only on a best endeavor basis, but as a real commitment in all the areas. With respect to the origin protocol, we are expecting the reaction from Ukraine, and we expect that it will be possible to proceed to this amendment before the 1st of September. So we look forward to news from there. There are a couple of issues that I would like to mention. I think we welcome very much the progress being done by Ukraine in the fight against smuggling. This is a topic that discussed in our customs subcommittee, as they are part of the examination of the working of the mutual administrative assistance protocol. In that respect, welcome the fact that there is a bill that would recriminalize smuggling, something of particular importance, especially for tobacco. We look forward to a speedy adoption of this legislation, as well as some additional progress being done, especially with respect to the accession of Ukraine to the protocol of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. Tobacco, as I said, is a particularly sensitive area, which is of concern to the EU. And a final point that I would like to make is that there are discussions between the Ukrainian customs and DG Taxud for the possible participation of Ukraine in the EU customs program. I can only encourage for further progress in this area, because this would enable Ukraine to have additional benefits of participating in a program that entails assistance and greater facilities and possibilities to participate in EU activities. So this is what I would like to share with you. Would be welcome, of course, any questions or any comment you may have, and again can only stress the excellent cooperation between both sides that can only continue. Thank you for your attention.
Дякую, пане Фернандо, за таку.
Thank you for really this very comprehensive landscape of our cooperation. And on a daily basis, we deal with all these issues that you have named, and also about the origin, about the decriminalization of smuggling. And also we have an expert of EU for PFM on decriminalization, and he maintains close coordination with the EU experts. And we are preparing proposals to our parliament on review of this issue. And then the ball would be in the parliament's court. So it's all in the focus of our attention. As much as joining of the Convention of the Common Transit Procedure. So for us, the next step is to continue preparation of amendments to our legislation for further implementation of the EU Customs Code. It also requires certain time in order to provide a robust product. And for us, what is key is to avoid formalistic implementation, to really introduce best European practices, and probably it would take a little bit longer than expected. But for example, the program of authorized economic operators, we see that ultimately we receive the practices that are already common in the European Union, and it's important for us to have it not only set in law, but also to implement it in secondary legislation, acts of the Ministry of Finance, and to also embed it in daily practice of customs officers, to have full compliance and to implement what is recognized as best practice. On our behalf, preparing the agenda of the Customs Subcommittee, we will possibly try to add a few items that would be of concern for the European Union or of interest, and we also confirm the relevance of issue of information exchange. These are the things that would help fight fraud and would allow responsible businesses to have facilitated procedures, and it would really help good businesses, honest businesses win. Thank you for your contribution. Now I pass it over to Mr. Suvorov, and I would like him to present the perspective of the customs service. And the last that I want to say is that we had most close collaboration with the European side within the last year. Thank you, Alexander. Good afternoon, dear participants, dear viewers, both offline and online. I thank you for this possibility for me to speak during this conference. And for me, it was really a pleasure to listen to Alexander and Fernando, because without really discussing our own contributions and presentations, we essentially speak about the same things, because they are the things that are high on the agenda of EU-Ukraine collaboration. Indeed, we have built close collaboration with DG TechSud, and on the 29th of June, we are going to have a meeting with Sabina Heinz to talk about the top priorities of our collaboration, to see that we are on the same page. And in September, we will have the meeting of the Customs Subcommittee with the following necessary decisions to be made. I would like to highlight that the biggest priority, personally for myself as Deputy Head of the Customs Service of Ukraine, is to walk the path that is enshrined in the Constitution, European integration. What is European Union? At the beginning, this is free trade zone or area, and then economic union, and then, of course, we understand that we are to walk all these paths. We are now at free trade plus. The next stage is customs union. This is common customs area, and most importantly, the common customs code. We are to be ready, and today already we should be ready to redesign our customs code, and this is our commitment under the association agreement. As Annex 15, we are very actively working on its updating, because during signing of the agreement, European Union had the older code, and now it's new, and the annex has itemized a list of Ukrainian commitments on amendments by 3 methods. First, full implementation, then best effort, and exclusion. Because some articles concern only European rules. So at the beginning of this year, we set up a strong working group with more than 45 experts in every dimension, starting with classification and fighting customs violations and offenses. And the working group presented the proposals on the amendments of Annex 15. We have a common position with the Ministry of Finance. Here I would like to support Alexander, because the working group comprises of the Ministry of Finance, Customs Service, reform support teams that really provide valuable input. And we thank the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development and the European reform architecture that provides this assistance, and also the projects EU for PFM, EU for IBM. And we have already presented our proposal to DJ Taksud with our vision of implementation of the European Code. And I would like to say that from 288 articles, we see eye to eye fully on more than 200. So there are some articles that do not concern delegated competences we have implemented. We are to implement 40 more, 45 articles. We have increased our commitment from best level effort to full implementation. And we expect also the official response from DG Taksud on the acceptability of our position. But we are not just sitting and waiting. We have started elaborating necessary legislative changes, specifically in the tax code. And some bills have been submitted to the committee.
And a lot of work is still outstanding to us in terms of harmonization and working on more draft bills. Another commitment in the next 15 is entering 2 conventions, the joint transit and facilitated trade formalities agreement. If we roll back a year ago, I think anyone who's seen what state is the laws and regulations are now, and implementation of computerized transit system, NCTS as it's called in the EU, it's very easy to note the progress that we've achieved in this year. So the Ministry of Finance has facilitated passing out of 33 of 43 draft bills. Some are being worked on at the moment, but that doesn't prevent us from applying the convention from March 17. We've already, in the national application, 109 subjects have been authorized in the system, and they can file declaration T1. We've trained more than 2,500 customs officers to work with this software. We've done about 7 seminars and ready to do more for the business community. popularize this idea. It's important to understand that we talk about European standards a lot, but not always these standards make the procedures really easier. Like, for instance, this convention, it provides guaranteeing of potential customs debt, and in terms of internal transit, both for imports and exports, and intermediate transit has to be guaranteed by the convention. And the current law only guarantees incoming cargoes and not all categories of them. So businesses are also very cautious about this, but we encourage joining the system because there's a number of facilitations, and one of the criteria is no less than 50 declarations in the system. So please use it. Fernando dwelled on phase number 5, and we confirm our intent on focus on phase 4, but currently we also implement phase number 5. And by 2023, we will absolutely expect the migration from phase 4 to phase 5. And as Alexander said, and we expect confirming tests from the EU, and in a year, somewhere next May, next June, we expect an invitation to join these two conventions. I want to dwell on authorized economic operators, not to take much of your time, and we've done quite a lot of work already by the Ministry of Finance and support team, and with our support and the support team, this institution has been working full-fledged. More than 180 bills have been processed and finalized. There's one authorized economic operator already. We had three claims, or 3 requests. One was refused on preliminary assessment, and another one, the applicant revoked it. So we don't see companies being very active here so far. And we've already prepared the list of necessary steps to attain the status. So I wrote 15 pages worth of materials that are needed to assess this, and that's a minimal list. As Fernando said before, in a year we expect another mission of European Commission here, so that we can process this issue of mutual recognition of authorized economic operators as a status. And the person that attains this status in Ukraine automatically becomes a European independent operator, if such agreement will be. So the businesses are encouraged to more actively participate in it. And finally, thank you, Fernando, to touch upon the exchange of information. It's a very important issue for us. We sent a list to Budget Exuda. Then we find that we await the consultations, and we expect the experts to say their word. It was important for us to understand what will be the volume of data, what serves as personal data in terms of European law, so that we are clear what data we can exchange, what we cannot, and we're clear that it's beneficial for both sides. For Ukraine, because it enables us to effectively combat identity theft on the border, and on the other hand, the European counterparts gain an advantage of successfully fighting pseudo exports and VAT fraud. So thanks, Fernando and DJ Taksud, for fruitful cooperation. Only in NCTS framework, we've done 6 meetings. One of them will be in July. So thank you for the support. Thanks for the support from international technical assistance, and hopefully we will achieve all those goals that we wrote out in the agreement. So, see the agenda. Do we have questions from the audience? That's not the case at the moment. So, Fernando, if you have additional comments, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Just to note the very high degree of alignment, because I think, as Vladislav mentioned, even without coordinating ourselves, we have touched the same topics and from very similar standpoints. Actually, I look forward to meeting both of you, I hope on Tuesday next week, and to continue elaborating and discussing some of them. You mentioned and the Annex 15 and the alignment with the Union Customs Code. On this also we have the opportunity to discuss in more detail. So I think maybe adding one point that we expect to be able to formally reply to you regarding exchange of information. And I think we will be willing to arrange, as I say, an exploratory meeting to understand well what you have in mind and look at all the aspects as quickly as possible. I think ideally before the summer break. And by the same token, I would like also to thank all the colleagues that have been involved here. I think in DG Taxud, also in DG near the delegation, I think within my unit we have traditionally many resources to Ukraine and will continue because from all points of view the relations between the EU and Ukraine are important, and we know that customs can play a very important role in bringing closer the two sides. So I don't have any other comments, just looking forward to further cooperation and to meeting you next week.
Дякую.
Thank you. Yes, we have a lot of alignment. That is true. And that is important to perceive and important to have, that we've managed to boost our cooperation in such a way and that we are implementing those policies that our businesses really need. As Vlad said before, sometimes it's a painful process, or not a painless at least, but we at least see the vision how to make them smoother, how to make them more painless, maybe gradual, to inform everybody as the steps proceed, but at least in foreseeable future to implement all this procedure. So this initiative is in the works, and I would like to encourage the Ukrainian businesses that and reassure them that we use the approaches where we try and minimize the negative impact on Ukrainian businesses. On the other hand, in terms of trainings, we do trainings and seminars. That is something in the focus of our attention. All the training materials we usually publish on websites of state agencies like State Customs Service, and you can find them there. You can find the materials there, and we're very open. And for us, it's very important to finalize the implementation process and proceed to the next ambitious tasks. There will be no less ambitious. So we thank everybody for participation in this discussion, those who were viewing us and listening to us. We're thankful to Ukrainian businesses for their support in these quite difficult but needed reforms. Thank you. So, dear viewers, dear listeners, hello again. We continue our conference that is dedicated to 6 years of implementation of EU-Ukraine Association Agreement. I will be moderating this interesting panel that is related to future energy sphere and climate. Alexei Ryabchin, advisor to Vice Prime Minister on Euro-Atlantic integration. There will be two governmental officials, one Deputy Minister on Environment and Euro integration. Also online with us, Yaroslav Zinchenko, Deputy Minister of Euro integration from the Ministry of Energy. And also we will have with us Andriy Zhupanin, Deputy, MP of Ukrainian Parliament, head of subcommittee on oil and gas, who will be replacing Andriy Ganos, who was called to a presidential office to a very important meeting. We have invited our European colleagues from your Directorate and Climate Office, but they responded that they are busy doing Fit for 55. The European Commission is trying to decrease the carbon fuels on the impact on their economy. They plan to cut it by 50%. And now all these people are engaged in finalizing the draft bill, which is going to be presented in the European Parliament. It's a very important initiative. And if nobody is against that, on behalf of my European colleagues, I will tell us about the things to expect. So, at the moment, we'll think about and talk about what in Ukraine and Ministry of Energy has succeeded in these 6 months, in these 6 years, in terms of Euro integration, what the ministry can report in terms of energy, and also why, as so we tie energy and climate, why we do that. So, thank you, Alexei. Well, I should congratulate you on appointment for the appointment of advisor to the oil and gas. You've become even closer to the energy sphere as before. Dear members of the discussion, for me it's a great honor to be here and discuss energy in the context of climate change. Something from my experience, maybe not related to the topic. If I could come back to the time when I came to work at public service, if I would have given advice to myself, I would have said, patience, everything's happening slow, but if you maintain your line, it's going to be great. So I say that regardless of what country is, what government is at the power, Ukraine is moving towards Europe. Ukraine has passed 3 key laws on Euro implementation: energy strategy till 2035, signed agreement of the future merging of energy systems of Ukraine and Moldova with continental Europe and SOE. But that's not all. The new model of electricity market and main signals, the unbundling Naftogaz and gas pipeline system unbundled according to third energy packet. The date balancing market started and natural gas market started. Corporate governance reform has been done for energy companies. On this slide, you see that the world is changing and the climate agenda is becoming more and more relevant for the civilized world. Ukraine has joined the Paris Accord, Sustainable Development Goals, so it strives towards synchronization with European Green Deal So we're actively working on renewal of strategy documents in the energy sphere and creating the necessary legislative base to facilitate sustainable development of energy. Currently, the ministry is updating the acting energy strategy and starts working on the preparation of a new energy strategy till 2050, that it will include actualization towards the Ukrainian goal to join the general movement of climate neutrality. The current strategy requires reviewing not only in terms of Green Deal, there's a rapid growth of water, of renewables in the Ukrainian energy sphere. Europe focuses mostly on hydrogen. There are new approaches in the energy sphere, so the strategy has to be updated. The main challenge in the review of this energy strategy is the selection of the optimal scenario of development of energy system of Ukraine. And the ministry use several approaches to the review of energy strategy and is working on the necessary expert and technical assistance from international partners. So energy security is priority number one. We have the strategy developed, we have the main directions for Ministry of Energy, transformation of energy market, financial stabilization of the electricity market, and sustainable development of this whole market based on European regulation and procedures. In European Green Deal, there's a necessity of development of energy markets and a separate attention to development of integrated plans of green energy and climate. For that purpose, we're working on an integrated plan of battling climate change and development of energy sphere to 2030. The first part of this integrated plan is ready. We're now working in the ministry on it. The Ministry of Energy has outlined several priority goals. You see them on the slide here. And these goals were communicated to the leadership of Energy Directorate of European Commission. And the implementation of all these four goals is the way to decarbonize the sector, which is the way to climate neutrality. One of the main challenges now is the necessary engagement of serious investments. And it's clear that these ambitious plans require significant inputs into energy, because dozens of billions of dollars. So, of the highest priority is to integrate Ukrainian energy system to European NSUE grid. Cooperation in this regard is a very important part of association agreement. We planned full integration until 2023. The work of Ukrainian integrated energy system and the shared energy space in EU is one of the bricks in energy independence of Ukraine that helps get new investments and increase fair competition in electricity market. And basically, that's where the consumers will win, but also we facilitate future sustainable development of energy sphere. It's important in this context to have an isolated work of our system from Russia and Belarus. We're now preparing the testing sessions of energy, Ukrainian energy grid in isolated mode. In 2022, this work will be systematized, and with the objective of joining our energy grid to NSUE, we're also doing the testing of power stations to validate induction modes and regulation of frequency and wattage. We've seen some significant results of testing our systems in heat power stations, atomic power stations, and updating our systems that work with European operators, which is important for our integration. Of course, we started work implementing new construction of new power stations to provide reliable and sustainable energy for border regions. Next thing is hydrogen-based energy. It's not just a fashionable buzzword, it's about the future, because EU views hydrogen as an important energy source for decarbonization of economy, and especially green hydrogen. So the Ministry of Energy supports hydrogen development. We're now updating strategic documents, laws and regulations. Just recently there was a competition announced for selection of the company that will draft the hydrogen strategy for Ukraine. We're doing this work helped by the World Bank and the USAID. We also the gas pipeline system operator will be starting the assessment and evaluation of the capability to transport natural gas and hydrogen mixtures to Europe. We will be doing that together with European transport pipelines. We want the first pilot projects to emerge in Ukraine in the foreseeable future for us to have some perceivable success in hydrogen energy. Next slide shows our next challenge, which is coal energy, which is in stagnation and depression in Ukraine. We all understand that we need some decisive steps to be taken, and we believe that we need to quickly unfold the program transformation of coal mining regions. EU and other responsible countries move away from coal-based energy because of the climate challenges. Our country will also move away from fossil fuels, but we, again, I stress we will do that gradually as written in our strategy and maintaining our energy security. Our primary driver is to soften the social and economic impact of these reforms on coal mining regions, to minimize the losses for welfare of our citizens, and to minimize the negative impact on the environment in the region. So we're now designing the roadmap and the state program of sorts that provides synchronization. So the physical shutting down of coal mines, the transformation of coal mining regions with our international partners, with Germany and Great Britain in particular. We're starting the drafting pilot project in Vinnytsia, Donetsk, and Volyn. And it's important to show success stories as we transform these coal mining regions. And to wrap up, I would like to say about the no less important topic, energy efficiency, which for our country is key to development of our economy, where we decrease the consumption of energy resources, where we generate savings, and we are well on our way to climate neutrality.
In this block, we have already certain successes. The draft law on energy efficiency has been approved in the first reading, and it was elaborated in line with the EU Directive 27 on energy efficiency. It's important for the ministry to finalize the national plan up to 2030 with quite ambitious national goals on energy efficiency. For example, reduction of end use of more than 17% versus usual use. It's important to continue the work with the Eastern Partnership Energy Efficiency Fund. We have an agreement on Ukraine's contribution. It's 10 million euro. However, participation of projects and in preparation enabled to mobilize financing for 22 projects for the overall of more than 100 million euros. So we are working on comprehensive energy efficiency in public and residential buildings, in utilities, and in each government document. First of all, energy efficiency compliance will be key. Thank you. Today's discussion is important. It's important to check whether we are on the same page with the EU in terms of the implementation of the EU, a key especially in energy sector. Thank you for this wonderful report and presentation about what has been done and the plans of the Ministry of Energy as a way forward. I remind that in 24 areas, energy efficiency and housing and utilities, we have 63% implementation. I believe that the adoption of the directive that I spent half of my professional life will be adopted by Parliament this year, which would boost our rate. And also the implementation rate would enable, would actually reflect the efforts, and that ultimately will be able to achieve the milestone that have been mentioned. Now we pass it over to Irina Stavchuk, Deputy Minister of Environmental Protection. So actually we were listening to the representative of the Minister of Energy, and he was speaking a lot about the climate, environmental protection, etc. Do you feel somewhat jealous of him overstepping, or it's quite... Yes, this is actually a good topic, because at first we merged energy and environmental protection, and then we realized that it's difficult to address these issues, but indeed it's implementation of a number of measures and transformations in other sectors, not only energy. It's agriculture, construction, forestry, waste management, etc. It's a huge cross-sectoral dimension. And that is why I believe that last year this topic is on top of the political agenda, and I'm very happy with this. Ukraine has joined the European Green Deal, and a huge number of discussions and processes that take place in the context of how Ukraine can implement decarbonization, how to build our positions in global negotiations on international arena. So what we have been able to do. So we managed to launch the process of development of economic instruments of carbon pricing, so the fee. And today we have already implemented the system of monitoring and verification as a kind of taking detailed stock of emissions at enterprises, which is a good step towards reduction of emissions and other economic tools. A very important law was adopted in the area of economic activities. Ukraine has prepared an updated national contribution in Paris Agreement. These are the estimates of the potential emission reduction in various sectors, and adoption of a political goal that would be for the entire country, so that year by year necessary transformations will be implemented in various sectors. A reduction of by 65% of emissions. We hope that the government will soon be able to consider and adopt a decision. Climate change and the climate change activity really touches upon various sectors. So that is why the Ministry of Environmental protection deals with many areas of potential reduction, and I would name just a couple of examples of our milestones that are environmental, but at the same time they are helping to address this topic. In my opinion, the biggest revolutionary achievement was the launch of the environmental impact assessment system in line with European standards, very transparent procedure with access to all information in online databases, clear rules and requirements, access to all materials. So now we have a more robust assessment of all steps in planning of economic activity, and this is a big step forward to enhance the analysis of what should be the arrangement and regime for construction or other things with environmental impact. Then the implementation of Framework Water Directive, adoption of new indicators in the management of water resources and decision-making based on the water basins. We have 4 labs with cutting-edge equipment that really measure the level of pollution based on the European standards. The main framework is adopted to monitor atmospheric air, and we hope that in the upcoming years, this system, as in the analysis of water resources, we would adopt it for air. As for waste management, unfortunately, we are still in the middle of the way. So the framework law on waste management has been adopted in the first reading, so we expect that in September it will be finally adopted by the Parliament, because the sector does require new approaches based on European principles, and it opens up huge economic opportunities because it would create conditions for the development of the recycling sector, and a lot of factors that would improve environment at the same time creating new economic opportunities. So another draft law, which is much expected, on prevention and control of industrial pollution. It's a really foundational reform that would allow introduction of a new authorization system based on new management technologies, absolutely transparent. That would be really a revolution in the industrial sector for industrial emissions that should stimulate modernization, emission reduction, and ultimately reduction of impact. Then biodiversity, conservation. So one of the also important developments, this is the draft law on Emerald Network. So we introduce approach to identifying areas. This is not something that is actually strict ban on any kind of activities, but there are certain safeguards and restrictions to preserve biodiversity. For example, if these are meadows, they can be accessed, but they also should contribute to biodiversity. We are also expecting for the decision in Parliament with regard to this law. So also this is the Nitrate Directive implementation, adoption of certain regulations that would identify vulnerable and affected zones and measures to address it. So there are certain things that is not always understood as a milestone, but this is the environmental strategy up to 2030 with the action plan. Of course, it does not address environmental problems because it is on paper, but it's important to have a clear plan and actions in order to implement them. And finally, I would like to say that implementation of all EU directives in the environmental protection area, it's not only about environment, it's about quality of life, health of people, new economic opportunities in some sectors. So it's crucial to act swiftly and with having everybody on board. Thank you. I would like to ask you to give the floor to Mr. Zhupanin, and while he is waiting, we have a question to you. It's from Facebook page. It has been said that certain indicative calculations and estimates have been done for the national contribution. Now we have the government consultations on national contribution too. This is our commitment to report every 5 years on our vision on how to achieve emission reduction. So that has to do with burning fossil fuels, etc. This is the government's plan and vision on implementation of green technology, electromobility, etc. And the ministry suggested to raise from 61 to 65%. There is a discussion ongoing, and I don't think that we can keep it a secret. We had recently a big meeting chaired by Prime Minister. It's the third meeting, and it's a sign of the importance attached to it. And we understand that it is almost at the finish line. Indeed, there was a meeting, and Mr. Krivolov attended, and he commented that essentially the estimates are very much like it's similar to the ministry's estimates. We have 45, and they have 43 or 44, and if we speak about the goals, I don't want to comment the numbers, but the main conclusion is that indeed we have very similar numbers. They have different estimates as for investment. It's a little bit less than our estimates, but it was a different methodology. We have a methodology covering all sectors. They estimated different activities submitted by business associations of sectors. So indeed, they decided that it would cost Ukraine less by 2030. We hope that the announced number will be confirmed and approved. We do not feel that there are reasons to doubt it. Thank you for your explanation. Now we see you with us. I have a problem. I can't hear anything. So if you have questions, please write in chat box. I tried all my devices, but I do not have any sound at all. Now I can speak even if I cannot hear anybody else. So you asked me to tell about the developments of our committee. I'm Andrei Zhupanin. I am the chair of subcommittee within the Committee on Energy, Housing and Utilities. Euro integration is a priority for our committee, and at least this is my belief. So indeed, this is a key area in our committee, and the draft laws submitted to deliver on the European integration commitments, they move very fast, unlike other bills submitted by MPs for other reasons. What has been done and what are our plans? From the most important things, it should be said that we have finalized the development for the operator of gas transport system. We approved the draft law last year, and as a result was certification of the company as operator as compliant with the third energy package. And the legislation was adopted to enable this. 6 months ago, a similar law was adopted for certification of another company, and the Ministry of Energy solicited it for synchronization of the Ukrainian system with the European network. It was a long path, 1 year of revision, and finally we found the formulation that was agreed by the community. Then the adoption went very fast, and Ukrenergo received preliminary conclusion from the national regulator, and now they submit documentation for certification in energy community. We have problems with the debts. We have heard about that. That may somehow affect the certification, but the parliament did what it could. On the agenda, we also have 3 draft laws. You mentioned energy efficiency, the new version. I wouldn't speak about this, but I would mention the calculation of amounts of natural gas into kilowatt hours. I would like to say that it's on the verge of being adopted. Somehow it encounters certain difficulties, either some incorrect data on recalculation according to formula or other problems. But I hope that maybe within 2-3 months we will have it passed. There was even the situation in the market when the customs code enacted the provisions on the calculation, but the law was not adopted. That caused problems for traders, for the market. So there was a temporary solution. Now everybody is waiting for the permanent solution as a law. And we hope that in autumn we will see it passed, but still there is a quite lengthy period for implementation. So there would be a transition period, because indeed the population is really very sensitive with everything that has to do with the utilities, and there should be an awareness campaign to explain that this is not a scheme or somehow to defraud users. I'm also leading a working group on the elaboration of draft law on the minimal stock of oil. And this is part also of the association agreement. We have prepared an initial draft. Now we are working with the Ministry of Energy on finalizing some provisions. It's a complicated draft law. The industry presented their proposals on how this minimal stock should work. We have our own ideas. The main issue is who is responsible, whether it is this obligation of the state, or it's the responsibility of the private sector, or a mixture of both. In any case, it's based on the market. It could be special bonds, state budget, or raising fuel excise, so that this would be the source for creating this stock. It is being discussed. I believe that it could be registered in Parliament later in the year, and this is a right idea. I fully support, but it's very complicated, so we cannot expect its swift passing. So this is what has been done and what is on our agenda in terms of European integration. If you have any ideas on draft laws, I'm open. Um, This is you can contact me through the Facebook page or parliamentary website. If you have questions, please write because I cannot hear you. Thank you, really. It's energy, climate, alias game. So it's a mixture of words and gestures. So we can thank you. And summing up, just a few words from the moderator. I was part of Verkhovna Rada that integrated and implemented a lot of draft laws facilitating European integration. And I should say that despite the changes of political course or teams in the ministry, somebody gives preference to coal or green energy, anything. But I see unchanged European integration course. And the same, the draft laws aimed at European integration gained support in Parliament. And I see the same support on monitoring and verification of greenhouse gases. I remember the first reading, and I remember the second reading coming as the deputy minister. And I see the version with my amendments, but I do not vote because I am no longer an MP, and it is supported. And this is just an example. And therefore, those percentages in energy, environmental protection, and climate, I only believe that they would grow. And this parliament will be able to improve our rates in AA implementation, but then after adoption of laws, what is critical is to adopt and implement secondary legislation. And I see the only challenge is that we are trying to do things in 5 years what our neighbors were implementing for 20 years. For example, creating regulators, unbundling, creating markets. We have the fourth energy package on strengthening energy efficiency. And in a month, we are expecting the fifth energy package on decarbonization. But on the agreement, we are have the obligation of the third. But now we are to think about the fifth. It's a very challenging intellectual task. We need to enhance collaboration so that European integration would benefit citizens, businesses, regions, and we will really benefit it as a country with access to European markets, becoming part of the European Union, because energy, as Ms. STEFANISHYNA says, is what stitches us with Europe. We have more or less integrated gas market. Our next is integration of electricity networks, and then so a lot of things to follow up on. So we are looking forward to another such conference in a year. So we had with us the deputy minister. We of environmental protection of energy. We had member of parliament, and now I would give it over to my colleagues.
Доброго дня. Вітаю всіх учасників конференції на панельній дискусії інфраструктурних.
So we are speaking about infrastructure stitching. With EU, infrastructure is really very important sector where stitching can be understood literally. And it's my great pleasure to greet Anna Yurchenko, Deputy Minister of the Minister of Infrastructure. We would have the connection with Henrik Hololei, Director General of DG Move, and I also have Vladimir Krydenko, Deputy Chair of the Committee on Transport and Infrastructure of the Verkhovna Rada. And I would like first to give it over to Deputy Minister Yurchenko. So, to speak about the delivery of AA and ambitious plans for the future of the ministry. I still cannot see the speaker. So I think then we will start with the address of Mr. Gololei, and I would like to ask you to include.
Dear Olga, ministers, ambassadors, colleagues, dear friends, I would have liked very much to be with you today at this conference celebrating the 6th anniversary of the signature of the EU-Ukraine Association Agreement. While this was unfortunately not possible for me to join you personally in Kiev, I'm most honored nevertheless and humbled to have the opportunity to participate in virtual format and to elaborate about the connectivity between the EU and Ukraine. Allow me to start with a quotation. The writer Ambrose Bierce stated, "Absence blots people out. We really have no absent friends." No doubt there is sometimes some truth in this, but today I would like to wholeheartedly disagree. While I could not be with you physically today, both the EU and myself personally are very much friends of Ukraine. Indeed, the EU and Ukraine enjoy a very close and constructive relationship, and both sides are also determined to further deepen our cooperation. And of course, very much at the heart of deepening EU-Ukraine relations is the cooperation in transport and mobility. In this context, let me mention some of our most tangible achievements over the last 6 years. Firstly, in February 2018, we launched a very first transport dialogue between the EU and Ukraine. The second meeting of the dialogue took place in May 2019, and while due to the pandemic we did not have a meeting in 2020, I'm already looking forward to traveling to Kiev for the next meeting. We have very few such dialogues, and only with countries and regions with which both sides see the strategic interest in engaging and deepening the relationship. Ukraine is certainly one of them. We will continue our close partnership in the context of the much-needed swift economic recovery and also in relation to EU's strategy for sustainable and smart mobility, which was adopted in December last year and outlining the future framework of the transport and mobility up to 2050 in order to deliver the objectives of the European Green Deal. Secondly, in May 2018, Ukraine adopted its own national transport strategy until 2030, bringing a clear vision for the development of its transport. The strategy was prepared also with EU support. The action plan for its implementation is also a very positive development and a clear commitment. Thirdly, in March 2019, the EU formally extended the EU's Trans-European Transport Network, or TEN-T, to Ukraine along with other 5 Eastern partner countries. This has proven to be a very important step. It provides a long-term plan of priority transport corridors for Ukraine, the region, and between the region and the European Union. Very importantly, it also provides stability for investors and is important political message that Ukraine is part of the European family and intrinsically linked to the EU. Furthermore, we also published the Indicative Transport Investment Action Plan for the Eastern Partnership region that we prepared with the World Bank. That plan serves as the basis for investment decisions in the years to come. For transport in Ukraine, this plan foresees investments to the tune of 4.45 billion euros for 39 priority projects. I can reconfirm that together with the international financial institutions, the EU is committed to supporting actively the development and improvement of Ukraine's transport infrastructure and thereby completing the core trans-European transport network by 2030. I'm certain that this can have a huge beneficial effect on the whole economy. Ukraine has an advantageous geographical position, located at the intersection of transit corridors, and should benefit to the fullest out of it. We recognize significant investments undertaken to improve roads in Ukraine, but I would also like to underline the importance of civil investments in rail and inland waterways infrastructure. The investments should, as a matter of priority, focus on bottlenecks on the extended trans-European transport network, in line also with the Eastern Partnership Investment Action Plan, enhance logistics, and contribute to improve road safety. The EU-financed facility for Eastern Partnership investment in connectivity, amounting over 21 million euro for the region, will enable Eastern Partnership countries, including Ukraine, to plan, prepare, and implement priority infrastructure projects on the TEN-T network, helping partners develop such projects in a holistic and efficient manner. Furthermore, last year, the EU, together with the European Investment Bank, supported Ukraine with a 200 million euro loan and 4 million euro technical assistance to finance urban public transport investments in various large and mid-sized municipalities in Ukraine. We also expect Ukraine to follow up on the 3 Azov transport projects where the EU financed the pre-feasibility studies. We should not forget that improving physical connectivity and implementing infrastructure projects is just not enough. Any future EU financial assistance and support is also directly linked to further transport reforms to be accomplished by Ukraine. Improving services, balancing development of terminal and basic infrastructure, creating conditions for attracting private investments, including fair and transparent rules, is of crucial importance. Green transition should and has to go hand in hand with the reforms in the transport sector. I value very much the continuous commitment of the current government to speed up the transport reforms, as the transport part of the association agreement is still lagging behind other sectors. It is therefore important to continue with the reform path. Along with the implementation of the Inland Waterways Law adopted in December last year, further efforts are needed to ensure that also other relevant laws in rail, road, maritime are adopted and implemented without delay, thus creating the relevant framework for future investments and honoring the commitments taken by the association agreement. Rail transport is the most sustainable mode of transport, which underlines the crucial role that rail transport reform plays. Ukraine has already done a lot, but I encourage you to maintain high ambitions while ensuring you continue prioritizing infrastructure projects, ensure their sustainability, and therefore also macroeconomic stability. Looking into the near future, we all eagerly await the signature of the EU-Ukraine Common Aviation Agreement that will have a major impact on boosting the air travel between Ukraine and the EU. Having in mind the impact of the pandemic on the aviation sector, opening up further opportunities for improving air connectivity is essential, not only for the restart and recovery of the sector, but also for boosting tourism, people-to-people contacts and business relations, and thus again contributing to the overall economic development. While the signature of the agreement has unfortunately taken far long time, We are in the very end of the procedures now, and soon we can celebrate this important achievement that helps to deepen and widen our relationship. With these few words, I thank you for your attention. You know well that I am a firm friend of Ukraine, and I'm personally very much committed to deepening our transport relations and overall cooperation. I wish you a very fruitful discussion at today's conference, and I look forward to meeting you in Kiev very soon. Thank you for your kind attention.
Дякую, пане Генріку. Нагадую, з нами був
Thank you, Henrik. This was address from Henrik Halileo, General Director of the European Directorate, DigiMove. So my name is Arina Kose. I am senior scientific official from the civil organization Institute of Economic Studies and Political Consultancy, and I am happy to see on the screen that Anna Yurchenko is with us. I would like to pass the floor to her. Anna, so what's the Ukrainian status on implementation of association agreement? What's still remains to be done, and what's been done already? Thank you, and hello to all the participants. Well, association agreement in terms of infrastructure has a huge scope of work that's been done by my colleagues for several years as we've been formalizing and approximating our legislation with the European law. What's been done? One of the main achievements is that finally we have the national transport strategy of Ukraine is there till 2030. It's the strategy that gives us the main foundations, the main vision of the development of infrastructure in Ukraine. There's which gives understanding to our international partners where Ukraine is moving in this regard, and what are the priority tasks that are eligible for investments. And as Mr. Khali said, that we need to pass a great deal of new bills to harmonize our legislation. What's been done? What's done already? At the end of the previous year, the internal waterways law has been passed. Its vision is to further develop the river waterways infrastructure. This law facilitates the real dialogue with international partners, with European Investment Bank in particular, to attract funding to be invested in development of Dnieper River. And we hope that the outcomes of this work will be visible soon to our taxpayers. Plus, there are no less important draft bills in infrastructure. The multimodal transportation law, which is now in the works in the parliament. The draft bill on railways, which is aimed at liberalization of railways as access to infrastructure to transporters, and forward this and to create fair competition in this industry. And also another draft bill is in the pipeline, which amends several laws of Ukraine and harmonizes them with European law in terms of transportation of hazardous cargoes. One of the important things is the signing of ECA agreement from both Ukraine and the EU. There's been significant progress done, and the result will be the agreement signed between Ukraine and EU. So this agreement equalizes in their rights some of the Ukrainian and European airlines, removal of monopolies for several flights, and proper communication between European and Ukrainian cities. So an advantage is that this agreement had been passed for users of this mode of transportation and for the players on the air transportation market. What also shows that Ukraine is moving rapidly and invests in infrastructure heavily. The fact that shows that is that Ukraine is one of the first countries which it's the first time where non-EU member has these initiatives in the field of transport. The level of trust of our European partners towards Ukraine and the results that we show now in our joint projects enables us to implement a great deal of investment of infrastructure projects with EBRD, with European Investment Bank. Currently, we have a great deal of new draft bills in the pipeline. They have to be streamlined and prepared for implementation. These draft bills will enable us to properly develop our internal waterways, maintain better road safety, improve transport communication and multimodal transportation, giving access to our citizens to high-quality logistics. The main task of the Ministry of Infrastructure is to provide to the users, to the citizens, the perception that they live in a country which develops its infrastructure, which doesn't, they don't live somewhere in the past, that they have contemporary level mobility, safe, environmentally safe, alternatives for transportation, with traveling both domestically in Ukraine and overseas. So we have lots of plans, as I said, and we hope that it's not going to take long till Ukrainian citizens perceive these positive changes. Thank you, Anna. I have a question right there about the joint airspace agreement. You said that back in April that it's in the pipeline and it's not going to be signed in June. So what's the next date for us to expect the signing of this agreement? Well, signing of this agreement is expected after we get the proper powers. After these powers will be signed into action. So in the nearest future, that's the expected. So is it closer to autumn? Yeah. All right, another question regarding railway transport, because the agreement delineates the functions of infrastructure from transportation. We all know about the experiment of giving access to private locomotives for our railway. How is the experiment going? When is it going to get scaled up? We are working on this project. The first results, well, the first results are something we'd like to get improved. And now we've requested some technical assistance from the EU to speed the process up, to make it more effective, and to utilize the best practices. In this pilot in particular, and in a number of other projects, in terms of railways, and the transport fleet. So we've done some projects with international financial organizations. There are still several projects of private-public partnership in terms of railway terminals, their development, and the investments necessary. Right, thank you. And now the last question is about maritime transportation. The agreement provides great conditions for us. There's a domestic market regime. About if Ukraine delivers on all commitments, we're not fully there yet in terms of maritime security, the state oversight, and other. So the Convention on labor market and maritime sphere, classification of captains and sea personnel. So what are the plans in this regard? The Ministry of Infrastructure has an extended program of development of these motor transportation. In the nearest future, you will see additional developments in the maritime infrastructure, railway infrastructure. Currently, we have submitted a number of draft bylaws that will be regulating the issues you just mentioned. As to the practical implementation, in the nearest time, we will have the presentation regarding all of the novellas that are in the pipeline. Thank you. So we go back to the studio, and I would like to give floor to Vladimir Krydenko, Deputy Head of the Committee of Transport Infrastructure at the Parliament. So Vladimir, you've seen at the start of the conference regarding the percentage of implementation, and the transport is somewhere in the last place, so some 35% of implementation. And I think the biggest part of it is that the main laws that would regulate railway and automotive transport are still not there. They're still not passed. And so what's the committee doing in this regard? Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to talk to stakeholders, with experts, with international community, with the ministry, about the status of implementation and the directives that will be passed and approved in the nearest future according to the conditions of association agreement. So the Parliament of Ukraine has started working from August the year 19, and we've done quite a lot. So a commitment to approximate our legislation to European law and to pass about 50 directives and regulations in terms of mobile, railway, so automotive, river transport. So we have some deliverables. We have partial homework done. So in December last year, the Parliament has passed the long-expected law on internal water transports that was designed in Ukraine, was for more than 10 years, and the law basically provided the implementation of basic directives. There are 8 of those directives, 2 EU regulations in water transport, and all of that in full accordance with the association agreement. The committee, as part of the work, we have processed about 1,500 different amendments. There was a lively discussion on each stage of the way. From January 1st, 2022, the law will enter into force. And our European partners and businesses already can feel the effect of this law. The investors are started entering this market, so this industry has a lot of potential. And even in the last quarter, 2021, we see indicators 60% increased river transports. So we see localization production, the biggest European river ships, the river vessels are being built in Ukraine. So it's a long-awaited draft bill, and it's going to be very effective. Another draft bill that I would like to dwell on is the bill that amends certain provisions on European road safety. So Directive 2006 that regulates the independent auditors that are constantly present on all stages of designing and using the road network. So we know that there's a presidential program, the big construction, which joins the Ukraine together by building new roads, new automotive ways, and these automotive ways will have to have European safety and European quality. That's why we signed this draft bill, and why we by doing so we implemented 2006/96 EU regulation. The first revision of multimodal transportation, so it's another European practice. Draft Bill 4258, which provides implementation of Council of Europe Directive 92/106 EU, and it provides the introduction of the joint rules for combined cargoes between EU countries and non-EU countries, like CIS, etc. Another thing is that amending some of the laws that regulate the aviation rules, 96/183, which improves the procedure of passing the aviation rules, which will facilitate easier implementation of EU laws and regulations in airways. So our committee is busy implementing the best practices of EU and making that process much simpler. So this draft bill is going to be in the second revision. In the nearest parliamentary sessions that will be passed. Those are indeed very important draft bills that are worth passing and worth implementing, because indeed the infrastructure, transport in Ukraine for 30 years, it wasn't developing as fast as we wanted it to. The Europeans are running ahead of us in terms of quality of the roads and the amount of their transport fleets. So we have no time to wait. We have to pass these bills and move forward. We have a lot of catching up to do with the EU to implement all the standards in infrastructure and transport. Also, I would like to stress that there is another draft bill that our committee is working on. It's a draft bill on railway transport in Ukraine, which is one of the highest priority and urgent importance, noted as such by the President. Currently, there are two draft bills, 1196/31. All two draft bills are aiming at improving the efficacy of railway transport, creates conditions for fair competition and better competition in railway. It's a fundamental reform, indeed, and you cannot go quickly through its approval. You have to consult all the relevant agencies and experts from EU and internally so that this reform is really fruitful. Especially as we unbundle the railway in terms of passenger service and infrastructure, so that we increase the level of the services approximated to EU quality, and also to implement the association agreement by 2022. We have to implement the national law in terms of railway transport, 11 main regulations and directives of EU. They are already there, included in those draft bills. And as we will be approving these bills, that will enable us to implement these regulations and directives in Ukrainian law. Also, we expect significant progress, and we're actively discussing on the final stage of the discussion, basically, draft bill on postal communication. There are 3 draft bills that facilitate harmonization of national law with EU laws in postal logistics. 9767 EU will be implemented. As for the automotive transport and the market thereof, there's a registered bill 4560 that aims to implement the EU regulation 171/2009 that introduces general rules of operators of automotive transportation to be granted access to the networks. As for the important services of passenger transport, electrical transport as well, this draft bill is also in the works. It's submitted number 4583 and 5149, which aims at implementing the EU regulation 1370/2007 about passenger transportation by railway and road and automotive ways. Draft Bill 1193/1 that amends some laws that harmonize the Ukrainian law with EU legislation in transportation of hazardous cargoes that would guarantee the proper level of safety, that will specifically match or harmonize our laws with EU directives on transportation of hazardous cargoes. There are a lot of these draft bills in the pipeline, and they will be passed in the nearest future, which will guarantee for us both implementation of the agreement and the development of the specific transportation.
After the Parliament adopts a decision to prioritize adoption of the law, and after their adoption, I should say that the pandemic indeed adjusted the parliamentary agenda both for the committees and for the country in general, and the draft laws that were not adopted during the pandemic, during the lockdowns, will be facilitated soon to step up our efforts towards European integration and best European standards. Thank you. A quick question at once. What's your prediction? Which key laws would be adopted first? Well, I think about hazardous cargo, postal services, I think. So what should we expect is upcoming, then on electric public transport and also regulation of electric scooters that we see in the parks. And in the law, there is no definition, there are no rules. And it's really high on the agenda today because it is really in demand. And this bill is about to enter the second reading. Also, a lot of proposals to regulate public transport and road traffic. They will also improve the carriage, would decrease bureaucracy, and of course would enhance safety. And what about the much needed law on railway transport? We know there were several attempts that failed. And again, the committee has two bills on railway transport. What is the status now, and what's the bone of contention? They are not shelved. They have been registered. They are being reviewed. The only thing is the philosophy of changes, how the railway should change to become effective. We have examples of the United States, of the European Union, as for the management and unbundling. And this is the discussion. It's really a fundamental discussion because we have no right to error. And the reform should not only be effective, it should be well thought through for 10 years ahead. Because if we are to compare with EU member states, we have the largest railway network. It's really obsolete for 85%. Sometimes it's 90% of where we are to think about change of standards. There has been a pilot project on the change of the width of the tracks, so that passengers wouldn't wait for a change of carriages. And at the border, for example, with Poland, people have to wait for hours. All this should start changing, and the transformation should be in line with the EU standards. And I believe that in autumn we would have a very good draft approved in the first reading. I also have a question about tariffs. The expert community is discussing the need or the possibility to create a national regulator, not only for railway, but other types of transport. Are there any proposals in the committee? Any draft laws on such regulator? We do not have a specifically registered bill. Tariffs are always a pain point, both for passengers and for operators. And if it's a transport department within the municipality. As for the national regulator, we have the anti-monopoly committee. We have ministries that are being consulted. I'm not a great proponent of creating additional commissions because it's only increase of staffing with the same functions that are now assigned to agencies and ministries. We are to regulate prices. We are to see that there are no disbalanced shifts, and we do have tools and mechanisms for synchronization and influence on prices. And both, it's now municipalities are in the position to do it, and locally there are certain commissions that regulate pricing. I have a short remark on implementation of the association agreement and requirements in transport sector. I think that the closest we are in the area of aviation, expecting signature of the agreement on common aviation area, the problem of Gibraltar has resolved itself because of Brexit. So seemingly no more barriers, and we expect future signing and maritime transport. The association provides a very ambitious guidance for Ukraine. This is granting of the domestic market regime, and Ukraine is lagging behind here because it has not implemented necessary directives. But the prospects are very good. And as for inland transport, railway and road transport, the agreement is not so specific, but enables signing of specific agreements that can actually stimulate Ukraine towards delivery of commitments and furthering European integration, asking more opportunities and deeper integration. Especially it is important in terms of road transport, because now the issue of authorization decided currently bilaterally. It has been mentioned already. I think Mr. Kachka mentioned it, that it really restrains trades with the EU. It's a barrier, and maybe signing of a special agreement would help address the issue of authorization. So this is all from me. If you would like to say something, yes, I would like to highlight that the cabinet and the parliament, both executive and the legislature, are doing everything to implement the association agreement with maximum speed and quality. Yes, there are certain things that we do not regard as very fair. For example, permits and authorization that constrain movement towards the European Union and exchange of goods. But all these issues are addressed when we sit and engage in negotiations, when we engage in a conversation proposing solutions. We do engage in such dialogue, and I am convinced that very soon we will also resolve this issue. Thank you all. Thank you. I thank participants, panelists, and viewers. So we close this panel and we have a short break. Thank you. Afternoon, we continue to talk about the successes and achievements in the implementation of the association agreement, and now we will be speaking about mutual access to food markets. I'm Olga STEFANISHYNA. I am Deputy Head of the State Service on Food Safety and Consumer Protection, a body responsible for control of food chain from field to table, and today we speak about access to food markets. If we speak about the most recent milestones in the area of sanitary and phytosanitary measures that are all measures ensuring food safety, animal health, safety of food that we consume, tracing its origin, certification, export, it is really a large range of areas of responsibility, and this is also one of the key achievements in the association agreement implementation. So what do we have now, and what we can find on food shelves in supermarkets? It's actually a lot. We export a lot of food products like dairy products. It's different types, cheese, butter. So we have fowl, fish, and you can find really when we resume travel, and if you find yourself in France, for example, ask about snails and the origin. Maybe the snail was grown in Ukraine. So what is trade and access to markets? It's in practice the possibility to taste safe food produced in Ukraine and EU according to domestic and national legislation. In Ukraine, the body responsible for food safety is the State Service of Consumer Protection, and what it means for our consumers and for consumers abroad. This is a guarantee that food products are safe. It means that it has been produced in line with the standards starting from the initial stage, from soil, with a proper plant protection, with proper cultivation, its growing of animals and production of animal food, and also honey. We export a lot of honey to the European Union. We are one of the biggest exporters of honey. So we have a whole range of products that you can find in Europe's supermarket. It's continuously growing. But indeed, what we understand by market access, this is not something that we just can, we want it and we do it. Indeed, in order to make it possible, the state has done huge work starting with legal approximation, which is one of the commitments as part of the sanitary phytosanitary measures. When the state is approximating legislation incorporating best standards and practices in domestic legislation, improving the quality, traceability of products, controlling animal health and welfare, informing consumers with appropriate marking. If we speak with numbers, today sanitary, phytosanitary measures takes up 12% of the whole agreement. Is it too little or too much? But if we look at all categories, I would say that it's quite a lot, because essentially it's more than 300 acts incorporated in national legislation and successfully implemented. Today, we have harmonized primary legislation. I see Natalie Chase with us already. This is directly dealing with food safety and production, how it is produced, how it is transported, who has the right to sell it, and also consumer awareness of the rights and respect of these rights. This is control of market operators. Today, we also have adopted laws on hygiene and safety of fodder. We have one of the major laws on veterinary medicine, one of the key laws, and thanks to huge work of the ministry and experts of our service, finally it has been adopted. It will be enforced in 2 years, but what it will mean for consumers. Today, of course, it requires development of secondary legislation, again, within the approximation dimension, and maybe it's not of much interest to consumers, but what kind of food you see on supermarket shelves depends on this. This is the control of the state of production and quality of products. Now is the responsibility of producers, and this was actually achieved with the adoption of appropriate law. So the responsibility is on the producer, but the government retains oversight. And in case of violation of some requirements and consumer rights, the state is to control and oversee that it does not happen in future. So market access and sanitary and phytosanitary measures requires not only lawmaking, but daily inspection work. Market operators, retailers, what are the conditions of sales, how the products are stored, transported, and how it is imported, because any imported food products is checked for compliance with domestic legislation and should be safe for end users. There are lots of plans, and I probably speak more on behalf of the service, but from the perspective of businesses and associations, there are a lot of products that are of interest for the European Union. These are meat products, specifically beef, and we speak about importing pork. There is interest. Of course, there are certain nuances. We need to improve control of animal health, but at least we have already a certain vision. And there are quite interesting products that find their niche. We export a lot of organic food products. And one of the things that require attention is that the demand boosts development of agriculture and economy in general, because apart from food safety, it should also be in line with the global trends and requirements for organic products, also halal products. And here it's also the matter of customs and faith. I'm not going to talk a lot. As for the reporting, we need some time. We have annual meetings, and the association agreement is a live document because we have climate change. We face new diseases. we see changes in standards and requirements, and that is why the state should perform its main function in terms of the protection and safeguards for citizens. We have a lot of plans to promote export. Our counterparts from DG Santa of the European Commission, we have Natalie Chase with us. We have continuous communication with our colleagues. If there are certain things to be agreed, export, import, the legal norms, we have a lot of projects that help.
That help us implement the best EU practices. So we have plans, but they're specific. And we're going to talk about reports probably next year. What is our task is to provide safe produce and opportunity to export it in different countries, in particular to our trade partners that are present here. So, Madam Chase, would like to pass the floor to you, Territory Department, International Relations and Traceability of the Products. The floor is yours. Madam Chase, the floor is yours.
Yes? Can you hear me? Yeah, we hear you. Can I pass the word to you, please?
Yeah, thank you to this panel discussion. First, I'm very glad to be present with you today to celebrate somehow the 6th anniversary of the agreement. So I should perhaps start by introducing myself. I am Natalie Chase. Yes, I'm working in the European Commission in the Directorate General responsible for public health and food safety. I'm the Director for International Relations and Sustainable Food, and I started in September last year. I don't have the overview of the whole 6 years. I can already what we've done and what I have seen over the last year. I am going to speak a little bit about our overall first, before entering a bit more into some of the details about what we have achieved over the last years between the EU and Ukraine. So I will start a little bit with our bilateral relation and what later. So I think we can see that a lot of work has taken place and is still taking place under the EU-Ukraine Association Agreement, under the Chapter 4 on SPS measures. This, as you rightly said, implies regular dialogues, discussion, exchange of views. We are solving problems. We are discussing new development within the subcommittee, which is established under the agreement for SPS. On the EU side, this is chaired by a colleague from my directorates. Yes, I think we can probably say that we have reached working relations. Between our colleagues and colleagues that Ukraine on the protection. They are very regular contacts, and I must say it is very much appreciated from our side. Of course, all agendas of our meetings are published on the website. We are very keen to ensuring transparency. And you will see that in our meeting with our Ukrainian counterparts, we speak about market access file, we exchange information about important developments. We discuss about animal disease outbreak, for instance, because parties, it's important from both sides to learn from each other and to ensure that pathogens do not further spread. We discuss the notification in our rapid alert system to make sure that, for instance, food contaminant will be rapidly contained. And when from our side, we launch some initiatives that could be of interest to Ukraine. For instance, the recent update of our electronic management system or the new work we are developing on e-certification. This is also something we discuss regularly at expert level. So, like this, I think I gave you a little bit of flavor about the process and the atmosphere, and a little bit to policy and content. And indeed, I think most important element of the SPS chapter of the agreement, which is what we call the approximation process. Here, really, I'm talking about Ukraine's commitment to align its SPS legislation, rules, standards, and practices to that of the EU. This process started already in 2016, and we know that in 2019 we have listed a number of EU acts as well as the deadline by which they should be approximated into Ukrainian legislation. And here I want to say that we realize this is a major challenge to approximate so much legislation which have been established in the EU over decades. To do that in such a short time, this is quite a heavy job for you. But from what we believe, and I'm sure you share our view, that the advantages are so obvious. That the legislation is a result of numerous deliberation, discussion, learning process among topics, taking into account experiences from the field, and all this constant work and improvement, they've made EU food the safest in the world. This is a result of a continuous process, which is still continuing, but we see that it benefits consumer health and it gives a very good image, of course, of food produced according to such standards. So we see all this approximation work as having first a positive impact for all consumers from EU and for Ukrainian, but also for Ukrainian food producers. And it is even more true for them, it's the EU market, of course. All food on the EU market must comply with our food safety standards. So harmonized rules allow free trade within the EU, and if countries are ready to approximate and implement the same rules, then obviously it will be much easier for them to access the EU market. But here I want to flag, this is not only about legislation on the paper. The most important step, of course, is the correct implementation together with appropriate controls. And this is indeed a heavy task, but we are ready to support Ukraine in this sphere. If you would allow me, I would also highlight the important support provided by the EU, and particularly by our colleagues based in Kiev, to this whole process. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank them also for their active support and involvement, because they make the approximation of legislation possible. Now perhaps moving a little bit more to market access. Ukraine has already access for a number of agricultural products, particularly in the animal product sector, for which EU authorization is required. So to give a few examples, as you know very well, this is the case for poultry meat, for table eggs, but also dairy, and a number of animal byproducts. They are exported, if you look at the figures, in large quantity to the EU, and this shows that in many cases, Ukraine is also their trade of agriculture. Strategy for DG Santé, of course, it is important that we are confident that Ukrainian products and animal products in particular, because they present a higher risk, meet the EU requirement. That is verified by, as you know, from DG Santé inspectors on tests on food ethics and analysis before authorization are granted and trade can commence. And there are also, as you know very well, import checks. We can see is a very high number of products for which Ukraine has already access to the EU. Is quite very encouraging, and this is a direct result of the work I have mentioned before, the good dialogue, the good cooperation, the approximation of legislation, the information exchanges, and the assistance provided. But above all, by all the efforts of Ukrainian services, the necessary efforts to comply with our standards, which we know are very demanding. So overall, I think we see the progress made so far as a good success. One example I will mention is welfare. You know, this is an issue that touches many people at their house. We make use of animals, of course, for our own benefits, and for that, we should at least respect their well-being. You are aware that the EU has quite the highest animal welfare standard in the world, very high in any case, and these are again the result of discussion and implementation by 27 member states. So we are pleased that Ukraine has committed to transpose the animal welfare rules of the EU and standards into its own legislation. We see this in particular as a major achievement from the SPS chapter, and this is something we do acknowledge. The authorities have informed us, however, that they need a bit more pull throughout the countries by the establishment exported to the EU, but also for those producing to the domestic market. It's been set for the chairmanship for January 2026, and I'm sure you know that bringing attention given to this issue of animal welfare, including in relation to imports by civil society within the EU. So I would just take this opportunity to emphasize the importance to meet the date, because we are within very much on the discussion about strengthening on animal rules, but also confirming to the citizen that rules are indeed complied with. So just a little bit of a reminder that this is an important date as we see it. So I hope I've made a very positive description of the relation so far. But of course, nothing can be perfect in the world. This is why, before closing, I would like to raise a little bit of the issue where we would like to, and this is about the recognition of the disease regionalization. We have full access. This is very much the title of the panel, but I have mostly talked about access from Ukrainian product to the EU market. I would like to check a little bit about very important aspect for us. Our mission implies to safeguard SPS standards, to make sure these are respected, but we take a decision based on science. And in many cases, we request the opinion of European Food Safety Authority, as you know, which is a very independent agency from a commission of scientific advice. So as we see, food safety for us is a policy which is very much science-based and cannot be compromised, because we cannot make compromise with the level of human protection within the EU, as we have under the treaty the mandate to ensure a high level of human protection in all cases. When on a scientific basis for opening the market, because we think SPS standards are made, we need grant access. And in that context, I would really like to draw your attention to recall that the agreement stipulates that parties are to recognize each other animal disease regionalization measures. This is the case in particular for the outbreak of African swine fever or avian influenza. In that respect, it is difficult to understand why Ukraine still does not recognize EU region for African swine fever outbreak. They are established by implementing EU legislation, as we do for avian influenza. So we do not really understand, again, based on our policy of science-based decision, what element prevents Ukraine from accepting and recognizing the EU region for African swine fever when the EU measure, the policy, the toolbox, the veterinary authorities in the EU member states are implementing avian influenza. Just a last call that we believe that all authorities implementing measures on overseeing SPS chapter of the agreement, which aim to facilitate safe trade, should give each other confidence that decisions are taken on the basis of science. So I will close here my intervention. Thanks again for this invitation. It's been a pleasure for me and an honor to present the EU views at this event. Ukraine, of course, as a close neighbor, an important partner, and a partner with which we have established very close and good relationship. As I said at the beginning of my intervention, because I've spoken mostly about food safety, we are also particularly responsible for the communication strategy on farm to fork, as you have seen, which aim to ensure the transition in the EU, but also globally, to sustainable food system. A system that will be sustainable for the next to come. And we are pleased to know that Ukraine is quite interested in initiative, and we have already several occasions to discuss this, and we are planning further opportunities. As you know, we adopted a strategy 1 year ago in Brussels. Now we are very much engaged into implementing the strategy and transposing the objective and the ambition into real legislative proposal. Or in all this process, we will keep Ukrainian closely informed. But I just want to flag that we are all facing the same challenges: climate change, environmental degradation, and the difficulty to have a system which is resilient to these new challenges, loss of biodiversity. And we really hope to create as well a very fruitful dialogue with Ukraine on this common goal. Need to ensure we can build perhaps together a sustainable food system for the future. Thank you very much.
Подякуємо пані Чейз за такий всеохоплюючий коментар.
Thank you, Madam Shaz, for exhaustive comment. I would like to comment standards for exporters. You've heard how many different products already are exported to EU. All this product is complying with EU laws. What should those do who haven't yet exported but want to export? Also correspond to EU standards. But the state has to do its homework as well and continue the process of approximation of our laws. So basically, without amending the laws, without passing the laws that will create access to other products that the quotas are still not used for, that unfortunately takes some time. But we understand that everything is done stage by stage. And another thing that I would like to agree is that legislation is not just being passed and that's it. It has to be working. There's a huge work behind it of creating procedures, IT systems, certain regulatory norms, and implement them locally so that it works as a unified mechanism. And Madam Shah said properly that it gets exported according to EU laws and compliance with EU law. So currently, those who are planning or already want to do exports, you have to think about it. And coming back to approximation of laws, of course, Madam Shah's brought to your attention such norms as approximation in well-being of animals. Those have been passed already, but since they are so costly for the businesses, of course, there must be a transition period until they've completely worked for the whole production unit. So it's 2026. Seems like it's a lot, but not so much. So therefore, a general comment, of course, the state has a lot to do. It has to approximate the legislation in a smart and reasonable way, and fast as well. So thank you, Madam Shas. I would like to pass the floor to Taras Vysotsky, First Deputy Minister of Agricultural Policy and Food Supplies in Ukraine. Taras, greetings. Greetings, colleagues. I'm happy to be part of it. I agree with what's been said before. So in terms of agricultural policy and the ministry's stance, I agree with the approach that there are 3 levels: legislation change and implementation. So based on different sectors or products like organics, where we have significant help from our European colleagues, we see that it takes a lot of time. What do we have in terms of agenda now? The primary legislation base, there are a number of laws that's been introduced already. So it's seeds, agrochemicals, product classification, kid foods. So they're expected to be passed by the end of this year. There will also be introduced and submitted from the ministry 2 other draft bills that are also in the association agreement. That is grapes, vineries, and wine. And of course, it's very important to support craft producers, but also respect other market players who exist in the EU and that we also implement in Ukraine. There's a part of the initiatives where we've done the legislation processes, the veterinary medical doctors as well. Now we proceed to a big block of implementation of these draft bills and these new rules. Of course, all those things have transition period because we talk about technologies. The production cycles in agriculture are long lasting and transformation takes some time. As Madam Shevchenko said, that's one of the examples. But again, we are moving in the right direction. In general, all this work is done on the same principles as in the EU. First of all, it's for providing safe products to Ukrainian producers so that Ukrainian agricultural sector and export-oriented producers could be more confident in the international market and that the international consumers would be confident in the safety of our products, and that the state facilitates proper control and oversight. So the dialogue around the access to markets and that the prerequisite for access should be compliance with parameters and standards, of course, but also the equivalency of approaches. We have a number of products that are green-lighted on one set of criteria, but not green-lighted on the other set of criteria. So those are to be resolved. And in general, in terms of implementation of this sphere, we are completing the institutional transformation now. In terms of cooperation of the Ministry of Agricultural Policy, we had several years of establishing ourselves as an institution. So again, this is our commitment to work in all these priorities. So as part of this transformation, we continue following our roadmap It's quite ambitious, and most importantly, we're doing it together with our partners. I would like to thank European colleagues for constant support, including expert support, best practices shared, and implementation of these reliable standards in Ukraine. And we're going to continue working and keeping up the good work. Thank you, Taras. I agree with you, and one of the win-win cases related to passing of the bills and hopefully subsequent lifting of the barriers is mutual recognition of the standards of regionalization of illnesses. So for the consumers, it may sound confusing what it means, regionalization. But there's a generally known saying that illnesses don't respect borders. It's regardless of whether it's illness for humans or plants or animals. The world is changing, climate is changing, new illnesses emerge, viruses emerge. So animals get sick, plants get sick. So we've heard about this regionalization of avian flu, swine flu, African swine flu. They are important in terms of impact on the trade, and they become international laws. Each state tries to control these illnesses in their territory. Like, for instance, two specific cases that were mentioned, avian flu, swine flu. Avian flu is registered on the country in Europe. It was registered in Ukraine. From May month, we are free from this illness. And currently, we have mutual recognition of the zoning, the regionalization on this illness. So what does it give us, in fact? If these outbreaks are continued and they impact the trade by killing off big populations of poultry. So in this case, if there's an avian flu, we recognize EU, EU recognizes us. If there are outbreaks in the future, the limitations will be introduced with certain caveats, but the products will continue to be exported. That's one thing. That's one case where we have complete mutual recognition with the EU. Of course, the work is still ongoing, but this is the achievement. And it's one of the additions to the agreement. African swine flu, it's also an important topic. Some 3 or 4 years ago, there were the outbreaks were far in between, but then the world trend continued. It's an illness that kills a lot of swine, and economically it's very challenging, especially cattle herders and companies in animal husbandry. It's very economically hard for them, so that changes the prices for pork, etc. So currently with the EU, we are in negotiations in terms of recognition, regionalization of EU countries, regardless African swine flu. A certain dialogue had been going on lately to make this recognition a reality. We have to amend the laws. We talk about procedures and rules, traceability, and guarantees of the state that it controls, that it keeps the illness in check. And if we talk about legislation passed, Ukraine has so far passed the law on compartmentalization. It's regionalization for a limited number, limited population of animals. And we hope that passing these norms enables us to start exporting our pork to EU. So as you see, there are a lot of mechanisms out there. Of course, there are a lot of technical nuances, but still the work is ongoing. We're very thankful to our colleagues from EU, the ministries, etc., that for the active dialogue, for the understanding from the parliament side, and there is a need to pass those bills that will improve the doing business and clarify the local procedures, and of course protect the consumers. Thanks a lot to all the speakers for this wonderful comprehensive discussion of all the important topics. Maybe difficult in one superficially, but since we all want to be safe and sound, we want to have food security and food safety, they are extremely important for our country and the EU as well. So, unless the colleagues have additional questions or clarifications, we would be happy to communicate that. So, dear colleagues, Taras and others, I would like to thank my deputy Olga for having moderated the session, and Taras Vysotsky, first deputy minister of the agricultural policy. Thank you for giving this opportunity to hear about the process of amending our laws, approximating our laws to EU laws. I can only corroborate what Olga said, that we, working with DG Santo, DG Trade, DG Agri, we keep building high quality relations, which is reflected then in the results that we have. Of course, we have 40% of agricultural sector goes to EU countries.
And indeed, it's one of the most crucial trade partners because of their proximity and the possibility to deliver within 24 hours and even less. It opens up big opportunities for our producers. And the number of companies working with the EU, it shows that we already engage in trade relations. We have already trade relations and relevance of these relations in terms of profit, and it's mutually beneficial. I would like to speak about the work on trade preferences. And back in 2015, 16, and 17, now we are working very closely with the Minister of Economy to receive additional, not only quotas and trade items, reviewing everything, meeting. I was recently in Brussels as part of the Commission, and we are expecting the results together with challenges, and this is autumn this year. Some changes that will be very important and much expected by businesses. I do hope that we will be able to deliver. I want to assure that we engage in systemic work. I'm very happy with the engagement of the Ministry and support of Ms. Stefanyshina, Deputy Prime Minister, all our developments and initiatives. And I indeed am very grateful for this systemic work. I thank ministers for their policy-making role, and on behalf of the service, I would like to say that our work on veterinary phytosanitary certificates that we engage with other countries, facilitating export and import, it's really huge work. And I'm grateful to my team. I'm taking my hat off. And I would like to ask your permission to go on and to deliver. Dear participants, I'm Maria Gornastai. I'm Senior Project Manager of the Reforms Delivery Office of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, and this panel discussion is devoted to digital European integration. Today, we can clearly say that digitalization helps to implement basic European principles in life of every citizen. And now it's my pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Ludmila Rabczynska, Deputy Minister of Digital Transformation. And let's check whether we have you with us. We can see you. I cannot hear anything, but I see. I guess that you can hear me because I have no sound at all. I do hope that technical support would help us. I don't know whether the moderator introduced me. I'm Ludmila Rabczynska, Deputy Minister for Digital Transformation. It is my pleasure to join the discussion and represent the ministry, because the Ministry of Digital is indeed prioritizes European integration in digitalization and joining digital transit markets, and we're constantly engaged, and we thank our partners for support in various areas. And I say that we really are quite active in terms of joining the single digital market. I would like to highlight our achievements in terms of the updating and communication. Within a year, we have managed to agree the text of the updated addendum and annex. And we hope that we would even step up our efforts to achieve the priorities, because indeed the European legislation is constantly changing. And we are working in the field that is evolving quite fast. And we are happy that we can implement our new possibilities and advanced technologies together with our European partners. We are also working within the area of telecommunications. For example, the recently adopted law on electronic communications implementing the European code. And this is a confirmation that we're not just catching up, we are moving hand in hand with our European colleagues in this area. And as for the establishment of the national regulator, so the relevant law will be adopted soon. We are taking active actions, and our colleagues in Parliament really are supporting us. Also, the government adopted the action plan on the frequency range for TV broadcasting to implement 5G technologies. And also we have adopted laws on e-commerce and electronic trust services together with a series of secondary legislative measures to ensure implementation of regulation eIDAS. Another signal of the high evaluation of our work was the common statement of EU and Ukraine and the report of the European Commission on AA implementation of Ukraine. We thank again for the this high evaluation and appreciation, and we hope that we would show good quality results this year and next year, and you would be proud of our great achievements, and we would together celebrate. In 2020, we updated in line with all revolutionary changes in EU acquis, the roadmap of Ukraine's integration into a single digital market. It has a number of activities and I'm sure that we will be able to deliver. According to surveys of leading experts and economists initiated by the Ministry of Digital, we expect that Ukraine's integration into the digital market would increase Ukraine's GDP by 12% and would facilitate bilateral trade. And therefore, we are pushing all these reforms and changes to raise the well-being of Ukrainian citizens and businesses, and we are confidently moving forward. Also, Ukraine initiated joining the DESI, Digital Economy and Society Index, and we are working closely with the State Statistics Office on the development of a certain regulatory framework. And I hope that you would see Ukraine very soon, pretty high on this index. We are confident and we are moving in this direction. Another step was agreement between EU and Ukraine of common plan towards mutual recognition of electronic trust services, with the prospect of signing an agreement that would ensure mutual recognition. And the plan is for 2 years, and I should say that we are also delivering, and I'm very proud of teams from both sides, because our European colleagues are actively engaged. And currently, we are finalizing the self-assessment stage. Together with the EU for Digital project, we successfully finalized the pilot on using cross-border electronic signatures. That was the project as part of cooperation between Ukraine, Estonia, and Moldova. Everything was quite successful, and again, we are very proud and we thank our partners for their support. We have multiple other achievements. For example, we can mention the e-delivery project that has successfully been completed, and as a result, we are sure that very soon our countries will start using electronic invoicing in order to reduce or totally abandon paper-based invoicing. Another area that we take responsibility for is cybersecurity. Here we are working together with a new project launched by EU for Digital. We already have some new milestones. This is opening of advanced response center. It's together with the European project EU for Digital. And it's very pleasant for us that Ukraine is among the countries that own such platforms and can respond promptly to cyber incidents. So the digital sector is high on priority in our relations with EU, which is confirmed by launching a cyber dialogue. And Ukraine is the first country among the Eastern Partnership to engage in such dialogue with the EU. I'm very proud of all this, and I'm grateful to our European partners for offering us new ideas and new projects, and we promise to work hard and to remain open to dialogue. Thank you. Thank you, Ludmila. Can you hear me? Probably not. Then I invite to the discussion Gulsana Mamedova, General Director of the Directorate for Strategic Planning and European Integration, Ministry of Digital Transformation. So I would like to ask you to tell us about challenges in this work. Thank you for the question. You see quite a lot is being done. You have heard what Ludmila describes, and you can only imagine the range of dimensions and stakeholders. And I think that the secret of the dynamics is that we are able to communicate and unite other stakeholders around this goal. And Parliament supports us. They are our reliable partners. And it wouldn't be possible for us to achieve a lot without them, and also the coordinating role and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So here, if we are to say about challenges, they are also myriad. Because digitalization is extremely dynamic, is constantly evolving, also in the European Union. And we're trying not to catch up, but to keep in pace. And that is why we need, for example, to implement legislation not only what is in annexes. We are keeping track on what is happening in the EU. We maintain constant communication with our EU partners and colleagues, and thus we'll look at all trends, all the new developments. And here the example is that we are working on legislation which is in the updated Annex 17.3, which is not formalized. It has been updated like within 1 year of our work. So even without waiting for formalization, we have started implementation of this new legislation. Thank you. So as for the piloting mentioned by Ludmila, as for cross-border e-signature with Estonia, how fast Ukrainians can apply this and whether they could use European e-signatures. As Ludmila has mentioned, we do have a plan of actions together with the EU colleagues for 2 years, and piloting of this technology was one of the measures or items in this plan. It's a technical, organizational thing. We have received results and everybody is happy. So maybe your question is about mutual recognition of trust services. We do have a work plan. It's bilateral. It has been agreed. So after its implementation, and it is made public, it's on the website of the ministry. So after it is implemented, we would state that we are ready we have already filed a request, actually, and the European Commission will have a certain basis for moving further and signing the agreement on recognition itself.
Mr. Tanel Tang, who is the Ukraine Support Group member of the European Commission. Dear Tanel, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay, thank you for joining us today. And I would like to ask you, actually last year was very challenging for all the countries, and COVID accelerated digital development for all the world, and specifically for Europe also. So digitalization was nice to have before, probably, yes, and today it's a must thing, and all the governments are making digitalization. So how do you estimate in this context the progress of Ukraine? Because we need to move even faster, yes, due to these challenges brought to digital development of all the other world. Maybe you have some advices for us.
Thank you, Marie, for the question and also for the opportunity to speak in this event. Joining digitally this time, I would very much like to be in Kiev, and I will be there again in 3 weeks. When it comes to the progress by Ukraine in this area, of course, I don't think I have to be modest, because what you have done in the last 2 years, and actually more than 2 years, is quite impressive. The TIA platform is growing very fast. Citizens are using it. More services are being made available. I think the number of people that is using it right now is completely mind-blowing, and also I think some of the services that you have included in that platform, like digital passport, are things that probably no one else in the world has tried before. I also think that what you have already shown is that the digital transformation is very much contributing to the overall transparency of the government, and also addressing the challenges of corruption. There are some very good and concrete examples how, for example, tax revenues have been improved, collection of tax revenues has improved, how in some sectors you have introduced competition in the procurement. I think all very good examples, and something that Ukraine should not only be proud of, but maybe also to present to itself and also to the rest of the world. I also should say that what I very much like about the digital transformation in Ukraine is that it is centered around the citizen. It is not based and not focused on developing big government or some very unflexible structures, but it is indeed focused on the outside end or the front end, that the people can see, that the people can also use. So I think that this is something definitely very much appreciated. Having worked together with Ludmila and Kulsana and all the other colleagues in the Ministry of Digital Transformation, I should also say some very positive words about this team. I think very dynamic, some people having very good experience from the private sector, some good experience from the government sector, so very good mixture, and really making a change in this important area. And of course, from our side, very easy to work together with such people. I think sometimes what we offer is not exactly fully satisfying all the ambitions that Ukraine has, but this is also good, because this makes maybe us to work harder and also you to work harder. So I think this partnership is excellent. And maybe this is the last point in this round. I can say a few remarks also later. I should also say a few words about the association agreement itself, because this is the topic of the discussion today. I think also in this area you have made significant progress. Ludmila referred earlier to the law on electronic communications. This is a very important step towards aligning Ukraine's legislation with the EU. We also were very closely involved. We provided our comments. Some of those comments were taken into account, and then some others are in the process of being taken into account. For example, creating the independent telecommunications regulator. When it comes to the recommendations, what matters at the end with any legislation in any area that Ukraine adopts is the actual implementation of this. So when electronic communications law will come into force at the beginning of next year, then it is indeed important that the implementation is constantly monitored, supported by the institutions, and also that this partnership between the private sector and also the civil society organizations in a way supports the implementation of this legislation. Final point, already referred to the telecommunications regulator. This is also a very important aspect for the EU businesses, because opening the EU telecommunications market has to also come with an opening of the Ukrainian market. So it's clear that European companies also have interest to enter into Ukrainian market, and I think this is also good that there is this mutual interest. So I think in this area, if you can make extra effort, this will also help us, the policy makers, and the functionaries of the European Commission to push this agenda further. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Tanel. And on behalf of all the Ukrainians, I would like to thank you for the constant support that the European Commission provides to Ukraine. And one more question I would like to ask you. Are there any additional missions planned to support the integration of Ukraine into European digital market?
When it comes to the physical, then at this stage, of course, we have to see how the epidemiological situation will develop. But it's clear that the borders are opening up, and if they open up, of course, there is more openness and willingness also to come for more official and direct visits to Ukraine. Now, 2019, we had a mission that launched the multi-phase approach to Ukraine, implementing the association agreement. And this is, of course, something that is work in process. I think maybe presenting this study never were really able to do in the public. I think this is something we should definitely consider. And then another area is the electronic trust services, where we are indeed working together, and we have to also see perhaps there is a way to push this with the mission from Brussels. But I think at this stage, I cannot really commit on the dates and on the timeline. I can assure you that we are working a lot and on different areas, different directions, and of course myself, I will be visiting. I know in the next 2 months, Kiev at least,
Dear Tunnel, thank you very much. It was very useful and helpful information. Thank you once again for all the support you are providing to us as a country, and thank you for joining us today. Оскільки сьогодні ми говоримо про те, що виконання
Since we're saying that implementation of association agreement is not just a job of the executive branch, but the legislative branch as well, I'd like to ask Alexander Fedorenko, an MP, deputy head of the Parliamentary Committee on Digital Transformation. Alexander. Donald just mentioned Ukraine passing important laws, and we were brave enough to equalize electronic passports to paper passports. That's revolutionary. What other revolutionary changes are to be expected from you, from your ministry? Greetings to everybody here offline and online. Hopefully you're still on the free internet. So people from the Ministry of Digital Transformation have told you all the story. It remains for me just to confirm that yes, we're working on it. Hopefully the bill on the regulator that's going to be passed by the end of this year. There's some political disagreements as a little insight from my part. So the law on protecting digital data, the basic law was passed in 2011, not amended ever since, and since we're moving toward Euro integration, on the backdrop of all the novellas emerging in the EU, we submitted the draft bill on personal data protection. Also, the first revision of Cloud First bill has been submitted. Hopefully, also be passed to be passed soon. And it's the bill that serves to decrease the spending and the law on electronic communication that was passed initially for 2014. Now the novel law 4046 hopefully will pass this year, that we fulfill Article 116 of the Annex regarding Euro integration process. Another draft law there is about critical infrastructure. There's never been such a draft bill. We prepared a draft bill on information tapping. It's about telecom networks. It's still not in the current law, and there are some provisions in the law that violate the basic rights of citizens. We also draft this bill with the vision of all the modern directives, and it's a draft bill on cybersecurity. Thanks a lot. So, Madam Vice Prime Minister said that telecommunication services can be the first sphere where internal market of EU can be applied. How close are we to the status, and what else remains to be done? As people from the Ministry of Digital Transformation said, we are closing up. We're closing in. We need to pass the bill on the regulator. We already have the law on electronic communication. It's going to be some transition period for all to understand. The Code of Electronic Communication of EU was used to improve the text, so we are adapting our industry to those principles that are outlined in the Codex of Electronic Communication EU, and that's going to be a window open where businesses from EU can enter our country gradually, and so gradually we will be approximating EU and Ukraine in electronic communication. Many people from Europe believe that our electronic communication is lagging behind. Look, I've been saying that, yeah, we have things to be proud of, and some of the things that you people can learn from. We are the only country in the world that has a unique system of digital infrastructure, which gives us the opportunity to give the citizens the fastest access to internet. I'm not even saying the cheapest cost of the service. Okay, thanks a lot. Alexandra, next question. We see in the world ratings that Ukraine is rapidly moving and showing quite a lot of progress in digital sphere. Like for instance, we are on the position number 29, up in the UN Electronic Participation Index compared to 2014, and we also are 13 points up in the rating of Digital Governance Index. But at the same time, we're still in the same place where we were in terms of network readiness back in 2016, 2020, it's still the same. Is there an understanding how we're going to bridge this gap? Have we bridged it already? Maybe that data is not yet reflected in the current reports. Thank you. Interesting question. Back when these indices emerged, I tried to tell them that they have little to do with reality. We have no problem with permeability of networks. We have a problem with society that is still not fully ready to use digital services. All those innovations that government and the digital transformation are developing is still, unfortunately, has no feedback from people as much as we want, because people have to be taught how to use these things and to teach people how to use them. It's about education. So the program is there, and the Digital Transformation Ministry has them, but you gotta have them more locally. You can have them more local. Like there's a program of internet coverage deep in the villages where they don't have internet still. There's Digital Transformation Ministry busy doing that. Subventions on there. But even if we have optical high-speed internet access, society still in those villages, people will be hesitant when using the digital apps. They will only use something they know, like entertainment platform, like Google and YouTube. But getting deeper into digital platforms, using digital services, that's where you need a separate program to stimulate people to use them. Thank you, Alexander. I'll get back to you later, because there are some questions from the audience.
Again to Mr. Tunnel Tank. Tunnel, if you would like to say a final word, please.
I feel that I already spoke a lot, but many issues also reflecting what said by Mr. I think that when it comes to telecommunications regulator, I mean, this is an issue, and it's not a simple issue here, because always means that being regulated in a way agree with this, so that they accept that the regulator is so I think that if is now being discussed, I think this is important indeed, that it will be agreed, and that also a way that it has an overall support by the actors, by the business, and by the civil society as well. Now, the second point, what I also wanted to mention, and I think this was part of the report, which is the action, is the spectrum coordination with the EU. And there are some agreements that Ukraine has taken to free some of the frequencies from the television and radio broadband. Something important also for the if this takes place in the EU, Ukraine does not implement this reform, then does not implement this switchover, then of course we have issues of interference in some of the EU member states, some of the neighboring member states, and of course this will not maybe help to push for more ambitious plans when it comes to digital cooperation with the EU. And then the third point, well, very important and also not an easy area, I know. It's the broadband development, internet broadband development. This requires huge investment, and from the EU side, I will commit that we are there to step the European financial institutions like European Investment Bank and Bank for Reconstruction and Development. But it is important that on Ukrainian side there is also, let's say, strategic planning how this development takes place. I talk about annual action plans because this is important for the big investments to come in both from your side and also from our side. Final point, I completely agree with what was said that it's not to Ukrainians how Ukrainians should handle digital transformation. Ukraine has lots of things to offer to us. We have many things to learn in the digital, and then more, what I didn't speak about is cyber. For example, in cyber area as well, we have lots of things to learn about the attacks and experience that you have. This is something we should definitely need to take into account, and you can rest assured should remain one of the priority areas in our cooperation with Ukraine, and we will be fully engaged also with our also in the future and in the new multi-annual financial framework. I think I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanel. Thank you for your advices. Of course, we will take them all into account during our journey. And thank you for joining us today. А ми продовжуємо нашу дискусію. І у нас є одне запитання із
We continue our discussion. We have one question from the audience. After that, we proceed to our final comments from the speakers. The question is that currently in Ukraine, there are no agencies that assess the compatibility in power of attorney and trusted services. Oksana, it's probably your thing. You're preparing the proposals to the amendments of this draft bill. Can you tell us what are the plans? So the answer is going to be short. It's in the action plan. We are updating our draft bills. It's absolutely in the pipeline, and it's been approved by all European colleagues, of course. Digital euro integration, it's a wide notion, much wider than what we've talked about. It's going through all the sectors, all the industries. We talk about procurement. We talk about innovation digital systems. And we talk about customs. We talk about migration service and permits. Everything that helps us travel easier, paperless documents. Everywhere there's digital integration. So it's a very important topic. And I thank all the speakers that you helped open the curtain behind what government says, what the parliament says in your integration. And I invite you to the final word. Madam Holsano. Thank you. So first of all, I would like to organize the participants here, and it's great for us to be with these results here and go in with this content communication with the civil sector and businesses. This coordination helps us to move forward. And right now, as you probably know, digital transformation is everywhere. It's cross-sectoral. It permeates all different agencies and industries. Our strategic goal is to integrate Ukraine to the unified digital market in the EU. We have these wonderful tools nowadays, like association agreement, 1703, the possibilities of getting internal market regime. We also have a tool like the roadmap of integration of EU to unified digital market. It's been updated in 2020 with all the novel changes and the leading cutting-edge reforms happening in this sphere in EU, and also considering all the recommendations from the European Commission. And it was supported. Ukraine was there in the implementation of roadmap on Trade Configuration Committee. We're finalizing the proposals. With all of this in mind, they are soon to be issued by the ministry. So the Secretariat will be submitting the act soon, so that the roadmap will be integrated to make sure that we were moving forward. And we are well on the track of fulfilling our ambitious goals. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Alexander. The floor is yours now. Right, friends. I'm a politician, so I'm going to be talking like a politician. Well, first of all, in all the this is the first time that I remember where we have both the ministry and the committee aligned, and we are a team that works in a synergy in one direction. Because even if in this existing reality, there are in other ministries that have profile committees in the parliament still having misunderstandings. So what we have is a great thing that enabled us to pass the bill that was a failure for 18 years, and now we have it. Now we can pass the bills quickly and fast, like we couldn't even dream about like 5 years ago, like the trusted services, the electronic passport, paperless, all of that. We could only talk about that like science fiction. Now we do it, and it's also an indicator that we are putting it into the legislation, our direction to Euro integration. We can talk about it a lot in the previous times. Now it's all about action. We as the Committee of Digital Transformation and the Ministry of Digital Transformation, we're not just talking about this. We're cementing it. Our Euro integration process is now cemented. We are one of the few committees and ministries in the parliament that are doing it, not just saying it. That's one thing. Another thing is that we are seriously ahead of EU in digital transformation, digital services, digital apps, and all things digital. So we need to focus on security now, since we are now entering digital services. Cyber hygiene, cyber security, cyber safety has to play the role number one. And it is absolutely so. The minister has it, we have it, but the society also has to think about, if you're using digital apps, you have to be aware of cyber hygiene. And it's the state's obligation to give the safety to citizens. Otherwise, they won't have trust to digital apps, and which could jeopardize the use of digital apps. Another thing that we touched upon, cybersecurity and safety of the security of digital apps. I've just talked with the Ministry of Digital Transformation. They're producing new educational films about digital hygiene. So yes, we're moving to a digital era, but mindful of the dangers. Thank you. So that wraps our discussion around digital Euro integration. Dear participants of the conference, you're all invited to the next session after a short pause.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I am the moderator of our last panel. I'm Rostislav Tominchuk, Director General of the Directorate for the International Technical Assistance Coordination of the Secretariat. We are almost at the home stretch of our marathon. And now we will not speak so much as about politics, but about concrete programs and projects. And this is the title of our panel, Ukraine in the EU Programs and Projects. And our processes dealing with the review of 5 years of our work within the association agreement, and now we are also at the stage of the 7 years of planning in the European Union. You know that now it's called Indici, somebody Indici, Indiki. There are different ways to pronounce it, but this is something that you would hear a lot. It has to do with the European integration, European affairs, because it's a framework according to which Ukraine can count on technical assistance. It has different forms and instruments, TAIEX, twinning, sectoral budget support. And one of the most interesting components in my mind is Ukraine's direct participation in EU programs and projects. It's not simply receiving assistance from the EU. It's when Ukraine enters the rules and the space of the European Union. It's a Premier League, in my view, because it requires a lot of homework. It's not just that we need some assistance or support in some areas. It also stipulates that Ukrainian stakeholders and organizations like universities, civil society organizations, municipalities, executive bodies can take part in competitions and programs in their line of activity. And this summer, the engagement is being reviewed and planned. And I'm happy that the number of programs open to Ukraine is increased. If earlier we only planned whether some program can be made accessible for Ukraine, now we are thinking whether we will be able to absorb all these possibilities and institutionally and organizationally contribute. Because one thing is to win a competition. So at this stage, sometimes you do not think how to implement. But then there is a question of the capacity to deliver. So now we have time until 6:10, and this would be a discussion. Each would make small presentation and then questions and answers. And if you watch us on YouTube, other media, please write your questions. I will see them. And this is how we organize our communication. Now I will introduce the guests. First, the ones that you see here, Mr. Vitrenko, Deputy Minister of Education and Science, and he will speak about one of the most ambitious and financially the largest program, Horizon 2020. This is its former name. Now it would be Horizon Europe in the new budget period. And also we have with us Svetlana Fomenko, Deputy Minister of Culture and Information Policy. And indeed, I would be very happy to talk to you and to present to participants and viewers Svetlana, because we will speak about the program Creative Europe. And again, in my opinion, it's a really exciting program. And I'm very happy that we already have some experience of participation. Of course, it is far from everything that has been made available. We have COSME supporting SMEs. In the new period, it would be called Single Market Program, including many other tools apart from COSME. We have cross-border collaboration programs, also quite well known, that will continue. But within our directorate, I'm indeed a moderator, but I would add that we count an increased number of programs available to Ukraine in the next budget period, and this is where we would put our efforts. And I would also like to present Frederick Kuhne, Head of Operations Section, EU delegation to Ukraine. He would join us online. As you see, the coronavirus situation still does not allow us to lift all the restrictions, but virtual technology is helping us here. So if you don't mind, I would give the floor first to Frederick Kuhne, not because he is online, but because in view of the new planning, a new phase, and he's sure to tell us something interesting, what is going on, the vision of the European Union and EUD on collaboration in terms of EU programs. And I would be happy if Frederick give us some tips in light of his own experience, what we should focus on also in light of the previous programs and the future possibilities. So, Frederick, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I hope you can hear me loud and clearly. Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank the organizers of today's event, because indeed it's very important that it's good to take stock of 5 years of implementing the association agreement. And of course, we're very happy to support you in that. Now, basically, the topic was already introduced very much by Rostislav, but I still want to frame a little bit about the EU to Ukraine. Because if we're looking basically since 2014, the EU has allocated more than 16 billion euros of support already. Part of that is in grants, another part of that comes through loans. But if we're looking basically, the first part is this technical assistance. I mean, we have more than 1.8 billion euros that has been committed so far. Macro-financial assistance for 5.6 billion euros. We then also have the loans with EIB, with the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development for over 8.5 billion euros. And if we're looking basically at this technical assistance, I mean, this comes from the Neighbourhood instrument. And this is basically funds that comes in grants. It does not need to be given back, and it's really very much aimed at supporting the implementation of the association agreement. So if we're looking, I mean, currently we have an ongoing portfolio of something like 1 billion. Now it's 37% on good governance, rule of law, public administration, have 20% on energy efficiency and environment, 13% on transport, 13% on economic development. And then we also have some on civil society, conflict response, and so on and so on. Now, as was already said, this neighborhood instrument is going to disappear, or well, basically there is no more with that, because the EU is working near budget cycles. And now we have a new instrument. Indeed, it's some say DITSI, others say DIKI. Basically, the official name is Global Europe. So maybe that's an easier one to remember for everybody. Now, basically, we are now in the process of identifying the strategic areas in which we want to work in Ukraine, and we're basically going to use the Eastern Partnership communication from March last year, which identifies 5 of support that would apply to all the Eastern Partnership countries. Of course, the situation in Belarus is slightly different, so their strategic priorities are going to look a little bit different. But basically, also that document is going to be approved. This multi-annual indicative program, as we call it in our jargon, is going to be approved towards the end of the year. And that's then going to be the basis for adopting annual financial allocations. Now, in terms of this grant funding, I already said there's been 1.8 billion so far for the last 7 years or so. Basically, we are aiming at keeping approximately 200 million euros per year in grant funding for the support of Ukraine and in implementing the association agenda. Now, the other thing that was mentioned and which is a very interesting tool are these EU programs, because what I was talking about before is basically to third countries. EU programs are something completely different, and for people who are listening in and who may not be familiar with that, EU programs are actually development programs or cooperation programs that are normally only open to EU member states. So normally other countries are not able to participate. However, there are a number of these programs that have been opened up to partner countries, and this is normally the pre-accession countries, countries that have a clear path to become an EU member state in the next few years. But also a few of these programs have been open for closest partners. And so Ukraine is one of these countries that has indeed cooperated from that in the past. And I think one of the most important things here is that it's not just about EU and Ukraine working together. It's really about Ukraine already having proven to be working on a much closer level with the EU, working in programs that are only open for EU member states. So it has to be clear, these are not development funds, right? This is really about internal funds of the European Union, and so it has a very strong symbolic value. But it also means that the benchmarks are much higher. So there are a number of criteria that need to be met in order to participate, and I'm pretty sure we'll be talking about the Erasmus program, for example. If Ukraine wants to be a full-fledged partner of this program, there's a number of conditions that really need to be met, and the entry requirements are not easy. Now, if we're looking at programs that have been there in the past, I mean, for example, Horizon, a very important one. I mean, if we look at in the last years, 313 Ukrainian organizations participated in programs for a total of more than 45 million euros. And that's already quite a considerable amount. And these are really Ukrainian organizations working closely to organizations. And I mean, COSME was mentioned on small and medium enterprises. Then there's also the Euratom training and research program. Also, Creative Europe is a very important one because basically if we're looking in terms of culture, normally the EU is not super active in the field of culture, and I'm pretty sure that Deputy Minister Fomenko is also going to raise that, because normally the European Union is not very active in culture, basically because culture is one of the policy areas of the member states. There is not that much on the EU level there. However, Creative Europe is some kind of combination of creative industries and sector. And there also a number of Ukrainian organizations have been able to participate. I think there's something like 17 Ukrainian organizations that are currently participating. And then, of course, maybe one of the biggest, like the EU program that is most known to all Europeans is the Erasmus program. If we're looking inside the EU, more than 1 million people have benefited from Erasmus since the setup of the program. I mean, it really shows that everybody in Europe has either participated, has a friend, a family member, or a neighbor. I mean, everybody is aware of the Erasmus program. I think there's hardly anybody who doesn't know what the Erasmus means. And so also here, Ukraine has really been participating with different types of mobilities, with e-twinning, also with scholarships, and so on and so on. And of course, we would be very happy to see the engagement of Ukraine really stepping up.
Пане Фредерік, якщо можна, кілька секунд ми по часу не вкладаємось.
Apologize, but the timing is.
Maybe I can give you maybe 1 minute or maybe 2 or 3 minutes for your speech, because as far as I understand, we haven't many time for this. And also we have a deputy minister from culture who also planning to speak about the Creative Euro program. Sorry.
I had just rounded up my intervention, so happy to pass it on to the colleagues.
Дякую, великий Фредерік.
Thank you, Frederick, because we really were allocated a strict amount of time. So then it's my pleasure to give it over to Mr. Vitrenko, Deputy Minister. As far as I understand, we can actually continue further, and we can actually borrow some time from the break and then speak about Creative Europe after that. So, Horizon. What about Horizon and what are the plans? Thank you for the invitation. It's my pleasure to welcome and to greet all the participants of this important conference. I would like to start with expressing gratitude to our partners from the European Union, European Commission for this support. We have huge amount of project activity. They are long-standing and they're quite impressive in terms of financing and the number of participants. We thank you for this, and because of this strong support, we can hope to receive sustainable results. The Ministry of Education and Science has a lot of projects. Starting with Horizon 2020, we can remind you that it was about 80 billion euro, the entire amount for research and innovation, and Ukraine was the association member of Horizon 2020, and among them we took the 7th place in terms of one project. For more than 45 million euro were implemented by Ukrainian researchers, research institutions, innovative companies. As for plans, this program has been completed, but we have Horizon Europe. We have ambitious plans to join in. We are now at the stage of negotiations with the European partners, and we hope to have them soon finalized, and Ukrainian scholars and researchers will be part of the European family in order to achieve the level of research that would then be of benefit to Ukrainian and EU economy. I want to say about Erasmus+. I participated 6 times in these projects. They gave me capacity for personal growth for my university where I worked, and this experience I now apply in the ministry. I would like to thank our partners for supporting the new Ukrainian school project. It's extremely important. We have finished piloting of the primary school. Now it's junior high school. And the ministry is doing everything to continue the new Ukrainian school reform to have Ukrainians educated and enlightened nation using their knowledge in their professional and personal lives. I should say that it's not only schools and education. So we have also vocational education and training. EU for Skills is contributing with 7 pilot oblasts, building excellence centers for VET with absolutely new cutting-edge equipment that would be used and would enable students to receive modern vocational skills. We have a lot of programs. I want to mention one more. This is also support to displaced schools and education institutions. It's extremely important and very effective. And if we want to integrate young people from temporarily occupied areas, they enter institutions, they see support of European partners. I participated personally in opening of such centers. It's a very strong and effective program. It's also the program supporting reforms and also the reform of the ministry. And we hope that these programs and projects will continue, and we thank our European partners. Thank you too. And I continue what has been said. The unique feature of this program, Horizon Europe, is the possibility to join in to the advanced thinking and knowledge and all the processes in the EU. And our participation in this program and also in Creative Europe, it brings knowledge and the possibility to adopt new standards, not to trail and try to catch up, but to be part of all the advancement and developments. And I understand that it's not easy to win the competition. To participate, you have to have skills and capacities, and this is our home task. How we are able to keep pace with all these possibilities, and this is university management issue and research skills to be on par with the challenges, because we have strong universities, and it's a question who to take on. We are to prepare our offer, and the level of readiness, ideas, and developments, how relevant they are. I absolutely support you that it's one thing to win the competition, but the other thing is to have the capacity to implement. And it's great that Ukrainian universities and researchers confirm their capacity, and we have the results. These are a lot of advanced developments that are already applied both in Ukraine and in the EU countries. Thank you. Then I suggest that we go on to Creative Europe program, and Svetlana, the floor is yours. I should have started with this, but I'm happy that Frederick mentioned it, and it's true that culture has not always at the forefront, and in terms of programs or support, and I'm very happy that Frederick mentioned it, that everybody understands that we need to give more attention to this sector through programs and projects and ideas. And today's state of play, and it would be interesting to hear your vision about the way forward. What's creative with us? So what are we doing for the next period? First, I would like to thank everybody for this wonderful organization of this conversation and such dynamic format. I would like to start by saying that in the new strategic agenda of the EU mentioned that culture and cultural heritage is the factor of European identity, and it is at the heart of European identity. And our task in the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy is to promote this agenda, to promote these values, European values, and strengthen connections with the European countries in terms of culture, because it's also at the heart of Ukrainian identity. As for Creative Europe program, it's extremely important, but it's not the only one. It's just the most well known, not only for the culture sector. Practically everybody knows about it. And if we speak about some results, Ukraine has been participating since 2016, and we had a quite difficult negotiation starting in 2014. I remember it was quite challenging, and very few people believed in success, but participation revealed and proved that Ukraine is a good competitor. And 38 projects participated in the program. But these are not individual. They are to do with networking, mobility, connectivity with other cultural institutions, and there were 117 foreign partners. And these projects, they scale up and they build on already created networks and ideas. So other possibilities and components have become open to us. For example, European Award in Literature. And last year, our participant won the first prize.
Another artist from Ukraine, Alena, has been awarded, and as part of Creative Europe, just like Gogol Fest, was recognized as one of the 5 top festivals. It's like festivals for Europe and Europe for festivals. We are a serious contender. We talk about horizontal partnership and talk about Creative Europe in the next period. Of course, we already confirmed our intent that we are ready to participate furthermore. Currently, the conditions are unchanged. We take full participation in the cultural area, and we have a limited participation in intersectoral cooperation and in the media. Primarily because we are yet to implement one directive for audiovisual services, and it's a formal thing to do to be granted full access to the program. So those 3 trends remain for the program till 2027. The funding has increased significantly. In the previous period, the total budget for the program was 1.4 billion euro. This time around is 2.4 billion, so almost a double of the funding. And of course, we hope for the success in the next wave. In order to help our national cultural institutions, we have the National Bureau, Creative Europe, based in Ukrainian Cultural Foundation. And last year, they've done about 40 online events and trainings so that cultural institutions are instructed how to write proper applications and how to report on the funds you spend for a project, because it's a different kind of reporting. And I think that's going to continue. And just a couple more words about another important program that's starting now, EU for Culture. It was first presented June 3rd. It's open for Eastern Partnership. For each country, there are still some limitations because it's cities and towns that participate. And there's a limit to population in these towns. So we have the most stringent, because we're the biggest country in Eastern Partnership. And we are, I think, a leader in Eastern Partnership. And the first stake in the program, the first call is already open. So local self-governance are encouraged to participate. And it's all about development strategy and cultural strategies that impacts and is a moving force for social and economic development in the region. So you're all encouraged to participate, and we as a ministry will, of course, support all the applicants. Thanks a lot. We're shortly running out of time, but we have the storm of questions. So I will reiterate a couple of the best questions, so to give you a lead time. First question is to Frederick. Frederick, could you tell us what could you potentially advise to encourage more activity for participants in projects and programs? If a program is open for Ukraine, but people are not so active, the universities submit their applications, but Ukrainian universities don't. Or there's a format there's a specific format, but Ukrainian participants don't have enough time or don't have enough experience to wield the format. So how do you communicate with potential participants about that? How do you make them more active? Same question about to the Ministry of Education and Science. How do the reimbursement of application fees? You know what it's all about. It's about 10 million that we didn't use before, and the idea was to have separate internal competitions. You probably know better. And whether the students will have accessible, affordable grants for EU studies. Partially you may answer, and maybe Frederick will also join in this question. So please, 2 questions. Frederick, maybe you'll start.
That first of all, let's not forget that what was mentioned already, the importance of the competition, because it's not just Ukrainian organizations, universities competing, you're really competing with the whole of Europe. Now, I would say actually Ukraine is not doing bad. Ukraine is actually doing pretty well if you compare it to some of the others, and even if you compare it to some of the EU member states. All I want to highlight that it's not that bad. Secondly, I think there's already quite some visibility given to that. I think that all institutions of higher education are really aware of these programs, of the Erasmus program. Plus, there is also the National Erasmus Office, which is doing a lot of visibility and with applications. But then I would say that maybe for those universities or other higher education institutions that are yet fully proficient, because indeed the procedures are very difficult. I would say for these smaller ones or the newer ones, it may be very good to team up with existing universities in Ukraine that have a lot of experience already. It's not only a matter of teaming up with universities in the EU, but also inside Ukraine. There's a lot of experience that can be passed on from one university to the other. Over.
Дякую. Будь ласка.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll get back to these 2 issues. Let's start with the second question regarding accessibility of grants in the EU. The president started the foundation, and the money is there for training of the most talented kids, not only for scholarships, but in university in Ukraine, but scholarships in renowned universities abroad. So as for the reimbursement, it's the money that is returned to Ukraine. They are on treasury accounts now, and there's a transparent competition for scientific institutions to use that money. And it's a big down payment to Ukrainian science, that Ukrainian science will be able to use those that money that was reimbursed from the EU. Great, thank you. So Svetlana, maybe you can say a couple of words. Maybe about education and creative industries, educational and cultural programs. Well, arts. Education and arts is quite specialized, and it's well within the scope of our ministry. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not dissimilar to regular education, but it's different in its way. So maybe our ideas were accounted for in the new draft bill on arts and education. On the European level, it's all about cooperation between institutions like UNESCO and the Council of Europe. This year, we've joined in, we ratified our joining in to partial extended agreement on cultural roots with the Council of Europe. What does it give us? It gives us the opportunity to be, and us and tourist-oriented organizations, to network with tourist organizations and communities back in European countries, to lay out the roots with their narratives, and by doing so, connecting with European narratives and European roots and heritage, because tourism is part of the heritage, or access to heritage. So that gives us the voice in the meetings of Council of Europe within this program, because it's not a secret that we are at war with Russian Federation, and it's the country that manages to squeeze in the political flavor to even cultural roots. Like they come up with some Peter the First route that denies Ukraine the statehood historically. And we also joined in the Yuri March. It's a front about the audiovisual sector, and we have some victories there. Some of our projects were supported. Just as well, we're going to have a political note in this program, because we are part of the leading bureau of this program, and that is quite in the spirit of European cooperation. Thanks, Svetlana. I think this is a segue up towards the final session in this panel, so that each of us have some words of conclusion. Andrei, any interesting messages to wrap it up? Because this is also the last panel in the conference. There will also be a presentation, but discussion panel, that's the last one. I would second what you said about Ukrainian education and science, that they both deserve a long overdue place in the family of European science and education. It's been quite thriving, thankfully, which I would like to thank European colleagues, and we have ambitious goals on the European horizon, and we also have an ambitious goal to improve our standing in the Erasmus program. So we have things to strive towards, and we'll keep actively integrating in the European educational space. Frederick, a couple of messages to wrap the session up. What would you advise us at the ministries that deal with these negotiation and new programs, what would you advise us? Over.
Well, indeed, I think that the discussions are already going in terms of participating in these EU programs. So basically trying to be on par with European educational institutions and so on. So I think I do not need to give much advice. I'm pretty sure that the deputy ministers are very well aware of what needs to be done. The key thing is really of meeting the benchmarks in order to participate in these programs. Because again, these programs have a very high symbolic, not about receiving assistance from the EU, it's about working together with the EU on joint programs.
Дякую.
Доброго дня.
Good afternoon. Today I would like to present the results of our small survey conducted with the Office for European Integration. That was a study that essentially was aimed to describe the development of some of Ukrainian markets that have been significantly adapted by legal approximation. It was not designed to clearly state what has happened and what has not happened because of the European integration, but we want to showcase some examples that appear to be really important for us as economists. On the whole, the economic theory tells us that for the economy, it's best to have no trade barriers at all. But of course, so the state policy in countries does not allow this. But the trend is that developing markets become beyond borders, and the European integration process and the approximation of legislation and standards is on par with the process that has become unavoidable. And today we will show some examples where it's for the benefit of Ukraine and where it is really quite visible. In our study, led by Svetlana Taran, the expert on international trade, we looked at 6 markets, trying to understand what are the foundational transformations. We looked at public procurement, electronic trust services, gas and electricity, etc. And we looked specifically what happened in lawmaking, institutional building, and what tangible results can be seen. I would give you just a few examples of what we have seen. You would see a more systemic overview on the slides of what has taken place as part of the European integration, and I would provide comments. Public procurement. It's quite a large market because for the majority of countries, it may be up to 30% of Ukraine's budget, and here Ukraine has achieved considerable success in adaptation of the EU Directive 24 in its legislation. In our opinion, what is of foundational importance? On the slide, you see the changed landscape in Ukrainian procurement because of the reform. We cannot attribute everything to the EU integration because some norms we have adapted on the contrary, but the overall effect is quite positive. What needs to be highlighted and what are the most visible effects of the EU integration, this is creation of new tools. So this is what we copied from the EU directive, and we see good effect. This is creation of centralized procurement bodies, framework agreements, and catalogs. This is what already works this year. Framework contracts, for example, is a mechanism that helps to conclude 4-year contracts, and it speeds up the choice of suppliers. And the tool, within 1 year of its existence, Ukraine has seen 151 framework contracts. And we see that in the markets where they use it's more successful bidding, higher competition, better prices. So this is the concrete tool that we have just adapted, and maybe it's not directly necessary for standard understanding that Euro integration is about trade. But this is the additional benefit. The same goes about electronic catalogs. It's a kind of a public Amazon, allowing to quickly buy things that used to take a huge amount of time. For example, hospitals had the whole headache with small purchases having to go through cumbersome processes. So key procurement organizations, this is, for example, state enterprise, medical procurement, and public institution professional procurements. One procures general economic goods like computers, paper, and the other is medical products and drugs. And specifically for medical procurement company, it accepts procurement from international organizations, and it actually has savings 5, 10, 30% versus other international organizations and like UNICEF, and do it even faster. I think it's extremely important for Ukraine because it restores some intellectual sovereignty, because it was a shame that we could not procure drugs ourselves. We had to outsource this, and it was quite costly. And of course, professional organizations can do it, and for some nomenclature, it is much more effective. For example, procurement of vaccines. But for some other, Ukraine could do it on its own, and now it's a reality and would enable mass-scale procurement. And these are the tools which we have adapted from EU directives. Another example is organic food market. In our view, it is important to build our own system of certification that helps to distinguish high-quality organic products. From the point of view of market efficiency, it's very important because it's important that customer can distinguish organic from non-organic, good quality from poor quality, and the high-quality products would solicit better prices. And it's also part of harmonization with the EU, and due to own marking and foreign certification, we give impetus to develop producers of organic goods and products. We have adopted this framework, and it's directly beneficial for the domestic market. But for trade, indeed, it gives big advantages because this market is growing, and Ukraine is a significant supplier to European markets, and therefore this harmonization today and the possibility to identify quality, to be selective, it would bring even more benefits in the future, because on the chart you see really incredible growth. This is the market that solicits investment and development. This is the growth point that everybody seeks. And it's the Ukrainian Service for Food Safety and Consumer Protection and Certification Body have trust Europe. It's an expensive market that can afford more costly organic goods. And we have this synergy effect at the growing market. This example essentially is the example of adaptation of a rule to identify high-quality product and enabling growth. Another example is the market of honey. We love it. In our center, we show that high added value, it's not often about aircraft, but about honey. And it shows incredible growth, really. Specifically for this market, despite tariff barriers and also quite small quotas, still Ukraine sells more and more. For example, we have quota for 6,000 tons, for example, and on the chart on the left, you see that it's already 66,000 of export to EU markets. And apart from the things that were applicable to organic products, it's important also that the rules of the European Union that we adapt to the quality of honey and the entire value chain. It creates an entire ecosystem around this market, synergy with other markets that helps systemic development and growth, and it ensures quality not only for export but also for the internal market. And it also protects bees, as we like to stress. Why? Because the synergy with the Green Deal, association agreement, there are certain requirements to the quality of honey, but it's also about the requirements to allowable pesticides. So this is an example when a set of rules enshrined in the association agreement and the Green Deal create sustainable market development, and it's of paramount importance for Ukraine, and again the point of growth, because we have rich agriculture and nature. We are to start caring today about preserving the nature, and probably we wouldn't be that active in this area without the association agreement. Another example is the market of electronic trust services. It's quite interesting because we see in this market that because of the European integration, Ukraine increases the pace of trade, reduces transaction costs, which is important for the economy, and this is within the country. And although we started to implement a framework legislation, for example, on electronic trust services, but we have implemented it in a way that we launched it inside the country, but we haven't done what is needed for trade and for their use in line with the international standards, although we do have the framework in place, and soon the trade would step up between Ukraine and Europe, but now Ukraine enjoys the benefit for itself. We have increased use of electronic signatures, seals, and the number of organizations that can provide these services. And here you see on the slide the number of issued electronic signatures shows dramatic increase, and now a quarter of all Ukrainians have used electronic signatures. The system Prozora also, it uses electronic signatures. And it increases efficiency multifold. You don't need to move piles of paper from Odessa to Kiev to anti-monopoly committee, and it saves years of life in public procurement and in many other spheres. And in the future, we expect that it will not only this level of interoperability within Ukraine, but also with the EU. We already have the foundation for this. And this is what is to be expected. The speed of trade. We also looked into the gas market. We have also seen big progress in legal adaptation. We argue within ourselves about the success of the gas market reform, but what can be said with 100% assurance is that because of this adaptation and adoption of more progressive rules of the game, in Ukraine, we have emergent new markets, like virtual gas market, short-distance transportation, customs warehouses, daily balancing that makes the market more effective and creates the niche for gas trading. And they wouldn't even appear if we had not embarked on this path. And this systemic collaboration between Ukraine and EU helps Ukraine in terms of energy security. Now we can engage in trilateral negotiations. Let's take as an example European contracts to buy gas. And ultimately, in our difficult situation with our difficult neighbor, we have new monetary flows for Ukraine and strengthens our positions in negotiations. So it's an example of absolutely new markets that did not exist before. As for electricity, we looked hard to pick up what is most important, because for economists, they look into increased competition, new players entering markets. They are of foundational importance, but so far we cannot say that this definitely happened. And the reforms really were able to fit into the Ukrainian realities, where energy sector was prone to political influence, a lot of interests, a lot of public interest, and the result of systemic reform is hard to assess precisely, but we definitely see development, and it's about the whole set of EU policies that we are starting to follow. So we see the foundation being laid for the development of renewable energy. And now the share of renewables has grown almost to 7%. And there have been a lot of contributing factors. And in our view, that without EU collaboration and the Green Deal, Ukraine would be much slower in this kind of thinking. But this is really critical for the entire planet. To sum up, it appears that cooperation with the European Union and a set of policies that we have adopted and continue to adopt They create not only a tangible effect in terms of increased trade because of lifting some barriers or adding some barriers with the reverse effect, but these are the practices that develop and even create new markets, create new tools that allow for efficiency gains and savings. It's really a great impetus for Ukraine to follow the Green Deal, which has become absolutely irreversible for the world. So thank you for your attention.